So here we are getting started here, and you are going to notice that you see a slight differential in routing already as two people go to the left and three people go to the left, person goes to the right here. That's just a matter of preference. It's slightly faster to go to the left, then you have to remember to push right. It's a matter of, frames and pixels and all that, and it's a minute point in this general category here. So interesting thing, we have got two people, going to get the magic container in Magic Cave. Unos has picked up the trophy from Trophy Cave, and it looks like ACMLM is picking up the shield spell. This is a little strange. I didn't think the shield spell got picked up in any percent no out of bounds.
It normally doesn't, but for safety you definitely could.
Yep, no, any percent no out of bounds simply means you're going to beat the game as fast as possible without utilizing any of the glitches that take you out of bounds. The most common of these, and the most well-known of these, is the healer glitch, which basically allows you to warp the screen and warp pretty much anywhere you want to if you know where you're going. So I know you know how to do the healer glitch, and it's basically you have to scroll the screen a certain amount of times to get somewhere.
Well, the healer glitch itself, you just talk to the healer lady on two specific animation frames and sub-pixel values of her walk cycle, and it glitches out her door opening routine. Then when you go into her door, it'll send you to a glitched town, and then from inside of the glitched town you can do another glitch known as scroll lock, where you enter the first door 5 times. And that just confuses the game on Link's internal positioning and causes it to not be able to scroll the screen to the left. It draws graphics out of place. It just totally breaks the game open.
Fair enough, fair enough. So, what we have here is the jump spell has been obtained by Feasel, Unos, and Saber. And as you can see, Unos is technically in the lead right here. He's making his way through Jump Cave Dark. Jump Cave is just the name we give to the cave south of the town where you get the jump spell.
Yeah, it's interesting to see somebody doing Palace 1 first.
I think that's a case of ACLM just not practicing and running the route he already knows. But, ooh, bots are bad. We've already got our first death with a bot kill in Palace 1. Wow.
Luckily, this is a up A category, so after he finishes the palace, he's probably going to be hitting up an A anyways, so that death isn't too bad in terms of potential game overs later in the run. I don't see him dying 2 more times in this palace, but that is definitely not how he wanted to start this race.
No, definitely not. Uno's picking up a 1 up there in the swamp. That's interesting considering it's an up A category. But real quick, while we have a couple more people going through some dark caves here, I do want to point out, I do want to give a massive shout out to Crimson Avix, who you can see there in the chat, for coming together at the last minute and getting us the awesome layout you see here. So if you haven't done so already, make sure you give him a follow just as a thank you for giving us this awesome layout for today.
Yes. It's an awesome layout. He did a great job on it.
So this is definitely quite interesting because you have 3 people who are I can't even talk right now, making their way down to what is known as Lifetown, or the river town of Saria, while you have ACMLM in Palace 1. Now, all of the palaces are going to have to be beaten in this game, or in this route, because we don't have the out-of-bounds glitches to get us into Palace 7 early. So all of them are going to be they're all going to be utilized. But again, it does look like ACMLM is doing the all keys route here. So that's going to put him a little bit behind the 8 ball when it comes to the Zelda 2 race. But just a thought I'm having, I'm fairly certain when we get to the Link to the Past next, he's going to make up a lot of that time.
To my knowledge, ACMLM is the strongest overall between all 4 games.
Yes, as far as I was aware, before this race was actually announced, ACMLM was the name everybody else brought up, because he was the only one who I knew who I was told anyway consistently ran all 4 games or had run
Yes.
all 4 games before.
He used to do the same run I used to do on RGL, where you do Zelda 1 any percent, Zelda 2 100% all keys, and then Link to the Past no major glitches. And I think he's the only person that has a sub 4-hour time in that.
Yes, and Prez actually brings up a very good point here. Fiesel picking up the life spell.
Yeah, that's just gonna be added insurance going through Dark Death Mountain. Dark Death Mountain can really troll you, and being able to get, even if it is just 1 life refill, is huge in Dark Death Mountain. The problem going through Death Mountain right off the bat is you're intended to have the candle by that point, so you can't see any enemies with a couple exceptions due to palette issues. And because they're going straight to Death Mountain, they're at super low levels. I mean, Unos is at 212, Fiesel's at 112. By this point in the game, they're probably intending you to be all at 4s, 5s, and 6s. Like, your 3 levels fluctuating between 4 and 6.
Right, because the way the game... Oh, go ahead.
I think, if I remember right, Nintendo Power recommended being at all 5s before going into Death Mountain. But to be fair, Nintendo Power also recommends doing Palace 2 before Death Mountain, which nobody should ever do in the history of ever.
That's what I was going to bring up, is the fact that Nintendo more than likely intended you to do Palace 1, Palace 2, then do Death Mountain. But, you know, no matter what route you're going to see, Palace 1 is the only palace that's ever going to get done before Death Mountain. And that's only sometimes. And as you can see, Unos, they're taking a death in, well, the appropriately named Death Mountain here. As we have 3 of our racers currently going through Dark Death Mountain, and ACMLM making his way through Palace 1, the Desert Palace. Now, it's interesting to see here, because with the all keys route, I'm so used to seeing people dig for attack 4 coming out of Palace 1 that seeing the difference in leveling here is a little crazy. Protos, it's not just you. The way Zelda 2 works is there is so much potential for deaths that cost a whole lot of time. It's going to be very hard to tell who is ahead, especially in the early portions of the game. But right now, just based on positioning and who has what, it looks like it's actually going to be Unos here, because he is the first one to make it to the Hammer Cave. And speaking of ACLMM, literally on zombie strats, able to take out Horsehead with literally a sliver of life left in his bars. The shield spell he picked up already paying dividends there, as he does pick up the key, and he's going to be taking leaving Palace 1 with the first orb of the run here. And literally he was 1 hit from getting a game over in that scenario. Steve 1515, the run is expected to last approximately 4 hours, give or take. So that's going to put us done around 6:30-ish, give or take. But that's where this is going to be ending up taking us.
Never mind, that's not going to work.
So Yuno is picking up the hammer there, and as you can see on both Fiesel's screen a second ago and Crystal Saber's screen now, the orange Dairas that you see there, you can actually see the orange Dairas in the
what happened to the
darkness.
timer?
Whose timer?
Our timer. Live split, please.
I don't know. But anyway, as you
pointing
see,
that out, guys. I will fix it right away.
and the orange enemies there, that's what Scav was talking about with due to some palette glitching here. The one thing you guys are going to get the benefit of is the fact that ACMLM has the candle. So on ACMLM's side of the screen here, you will be able to see what's ahead of you in all the caves now. So for those of you who are wondering what all of our other racers are jumping around for, well, now you're going to be able to see it.
Alright guys, the timer is running and is correct, so sorry about that.
So Unos there picking up his first magic container. Everybody else opted to go pick up their magic container from the cave initially. Now, because this run does not skip Thunderbird, Unos is eventually going to have to pick up that first magic container. Reason being is because you need, you need magic containers to be able to learn certain levels of spells, and each spell in the book or in your little menu there has a level based on its positioning in the spell menu. So the last spell on the menu, which is Thunder, you need to be able to damage the penultimate boss in the game, Thunderbird. So you'll need all 8 magic containers to do that.
There is a way of skipping Thunderbird, but it's considered out of bounds, so it doesn't apply to this category.
Correct.
But if we were able to skip Thunderbird in this category, it would save quite a bit of time, because then we would be able to skip 2 of the magic containers. Or actually, no, we'd be able to skip 3 of them.
Because, yeah, you need... Yeah, because you only need to get, 5 for casting Fairy early, right?
Correct.
Because the way magic and life work in this game, for those who may have never seen it before, this is actually a bit of a departure from a lot of your other Zelda games. As you can see, up in the HUD area, you can see actually levels. You actually level up in this game: attack, magic, and life. Attack is pretty obvious. You get to increase your damage with your sword, so that's a fairly obvious in the level up. The other two, magic and life, those are going to be the interesting ones, because when you level up magic and life, you never actually increase the amount of magic or the amount of life that you have. Each bar, each block there that you see is the equivalent of 16. So you have 16 bits of health or 16 bits of magic in each bar that you have. What leveling up does, it actually is going to give you a benefit according to that. So if you level up your life levels, what you're going to get is you're going to be able to increase your defense. It's basically like upgrading your armor in a typical Final Fantasy game. Whereas when you level up magic in this game, what it's going to do is it's actually going to reduce the cost of these spells that you have. So that's what leveling up magic is going to do for you. And speaking of things about leveling up and getting attack power, you just saw Unos there pick up the down stab, which is, would you say it's a little broken, Scaff?
Yeah, just a little. I was gonna say it's not so much broken as it is overpowered, but yeah, no, it's, I can't even justify it, it's broken.
And not only that, so the town we were just in, the river town of Mido there, not only does it give us the down stab, which as we've just determined is bonkers, it also gives us the fairy spell that you see Unos using right now, which is, oh yeah, also kind of bonkers, because the fairy spell is going to allow us to do several things. One, it's got a faster movement speed than Link does, so we're going to be able to do that. Yeah, move a little bit faster. Two, and probably the kind of most important part about doing the no out of bounds run here, is fairy allows us to skip keys because you can float through doors. So yeah, that's kind of a big deal.
Yeah, touching back on down stab and why it's so broken. When you attack either standing or crouching or jumping, Link has a animation like a swinging animation, and you can only attack as fast as that animation goes. Whereas the up stab and the down stab are both just one frame of animation that plays whenever you're hitting up or down on the D-pad in the air. So you can mash up or down and he'll just keep leaving and entering that one frame of animation and registering a hit every time you do that.
Yes, so basically, you'll see a technique here throughout the game on several different enemies that we affectionately refer to as the jackhammer, and it's exactly that. It is basically you mash down as hard and as fast as you can, and you just pogo stick off of enemy. You notice they're getting a little bit fancy with some fairy moves there as he dodges the floating heads and goes into one of the more difficult rooms in Palace 2, if not the most difficult room, the bot bridge room here, because as you can see, there are the falling drops and the bots on this bridge that have a very high potential of knocking you off into the lava. And of course, Link can't swim in lava. He doesn't have the Goron mask. So, yeah, that means a game over. But Yunos did that room rather expertly there, and we're going to see Fiesel coming up to it here in a minute, and let's see what Fiesel can do with it. Now, the interesting thing about this bridge room here is a lot of times, if this is the all keys category, you will see people grab the key and then ferry through the rest of the room just because of how obnoxious it is. Speaking of that room, we now have Saber approaching the room as well, and Saber being very meticulous there, luring the bots off the bridge. So taking the time to basically lose a couple of seconds here and there to guarantee his safe passage through the bot bridge room. And I actually like that call there, just because that room can be so dangerous.
Yeah, that's I'd say the majority of people probably use that fairy on the bridge strat. Unless you've had to cast life beforehand and you don't have the magic for it, it's worth going for. Just because it's not really going to save you any time. I guess it will save you time in the sense that you're not being cautious around the bots, but it's a lot safer because you're not going to go into the lava.
Fiesel getting trolled there by the falling blocks, or just getting a pattern of just stacking up right on top so he can't actually jump over. He's going to have to exit and re-enter to hopefully get a better Tetris pattern here, so that's going to cost him a little bit of time.
That's always disheartening when you get a just giant stack of blocks in the falling block room in P2. Yep. And there's two opportunities for the game to do that to you. On the way in is the worst because you can't break blocks to get out of it, so you have to go back to the previous room. At least going forward, if it happens, you can just break the blocks in front of you and keep going.
And the reason you're able to break the blocks, of course, is the item you get in Palace 2, the glove. Because it basically turns Link's sword to be as powerful as Link's head. Because, when the blocks fall on you, Link's head can break them. His sword can't till you put gloves on. I got nothing more than that. So as we have three of our competitors going through Palace 2 right now, I do want to point out that up on ACMLM stream, you guys can actually see what Death Mountain looks like with a candle. Don't ask me how a small candle lights up the entire dungeon. I don't know. Nintendo logic is the answer here. But this is what Death Mountain looks like for those of you who are wondering.
Yes, how much time is he gonna lose due to this route? Not as much as you would think.
15-20 minutes, depending on luck.
Not even.
I'm just basing that off the times I see, because looking at Yunos and Saber's times in their timer, they finished Zelda 2 about 1:05. ACMLM's timer says 1:25, so 15 minutes, because you have to factor in the 5 minutes of change, give or take, between the up-Aing and stuff. And also a quick update on our other racer in this event, Two Gamers One Nerd just picked up the hammer and the magic container in Death Mountain. So he is going to be moving on to get the fairy spell and the downstep coming up here in a minute from Mido. And we also have Yunos here being the first one to take out Helmet Head. And he is going to be pushing the orb into Palace 2 and get his first orb, because remember, they still have to do Palace 1, all three of these people. And interesting note, Yunos is so used to doing normal splits there, he accidentally just split on his timer here when he's doing game splits, not individual splits.
Nice. It's so muscle memory to split when you're supposed to split. I find myself hitting the spacebar on my keyboard when I'm sitting here practicing offline, live split not even open.
I do the same thing if I'm doing it, but I use my number pad, so I'm constantly hitting the number 5 to do it.
Oh.
Yeah, Fiesel, they are going to be wrapping up Palace 2 as Saber also has just killed Helmet Head. So that is going to be it for Palace 2, and Yunos is now making his way into the Parappa Palace, or the Desert Palace, or Palace 1, or whatever you want to call it. And I was going to wait to do this now, but since Auntie in the chat has started it off, yes, Auntie, Prez was going to play. And then, you know, a bunch of different reasons came up that he says he couldn't play. And now he's just sitting here and giving all kinds of comments and can't even come and join us in the commentary booth. So that's all I'm saying. All I'm saying, man.
Greenleaf throwing all the shade at Prez.
I gotta throw the shade at Prez. He stole all my material at SGDQ during the Zelda race, and you know, made sure to get it in there. Threw all kinds of shade at me, and I literally woke up to about 8 Twitter messages and 2 Twitch whispers saying, "Did you see all the shade that Prez just threw at you?" And I'm like, I have no idea what you're talking about. I just woke up.
Oh man.
Yep.
Well, I mean, that's your fault for not being at SGDQ to defend yourself on stream.
I'm sorry, I had life going on at that point.
That's not a good excuse.
Probably not. But speaking of good excuses, we have a good excuse to mention that Yunos is done with Palace 1 because he just put the orb into the pillar, and that is 2 palaces for Yunos, as ACMLM is picking up the Water of Life from this cave, and that is going to allow him to get the fairy spell, which is kind of a big deal.
Yes, and now you guys are seeing Fiesel taking an intentional death here. That's because he didn't get the red jar drop earlier in the palace. Oh, same thing just happened to Saber. You're hoping for a red jar there, which is a 50-50 chance to drop so that you can cast fairy and get through the door in the next room. If you don't get that drop, it's not too big of a deal, you just have to take a death to refill your magic meter. It's a little bit slower, but the run at least goes on.
Yep.
But right now, looks like we've got Yunos with a little bit of a lead. Fiesel slightly behind him, and Saber slightly behind him, and ACMLM probably 7 minutes behind them.
Yeah, and from what I'm seeing right here, 2 gamers, 1 nerd, because I have him up over on the other computer here, is probably about 30 seconds to a minute ahead of ACMLM right now.
Alright.
So I'm just going to precursor this right now, everybody. For those of you who might have turned into this channel during the Zelda 2 tournament earlier in this year, this would be getting up to a point where I would start to be prepping for something, but unfortunately this is an any percent category, not a 100% category. So for those of you who came here tuning in to hear a certain rant, we're not going to have a chance to hear it, everybody. So I don't want to get your hopes up. We might see it potentially, but I don't think so, because even though ACLM is doing the route, we're not going to see it. So you're not going to get it, everybody. I'm just going to preface that now.
And don't worry, guys. If he does start his rant, I will spare you guys. I have a mute button and I know how to use it. Just kidding, Greenleaf. I would never mute you.
If we weren't giving me crap, something would be wrong. See, rep gets me. Rep gets it.
Yeah, exactly, Rep, and that's why you would never skip Fairy.
Now, I do want to point out real quick here that you did mention Unos being in the lead, and part of the reason for that lead is because unlike Saber and Feasel, Unos skipped the life spell.
Yeah, he's going all out.
Yes, Mukau, that would be what we're talking about.
But yeah, skipping fire in this category, or I'm sorry, skipping life in this category is pretty hard to do. Death Mountain without any form of life refills other than your 2 life level ups can be really, really, really rough. Like, if you're just learning this category, I definitely don't recommend skipping life right off the bat. I did that and it was not fun.
So Unos has gone ahead and picked up the Raft, which is the item that we're going to need to get to the eastern half of Hyrule. That's going to unlock Palace 4, Palace 5, Palace 6, you know, the kind of the other 3 palaces we need to beat the game. Just saying, everybody. Yeah, I agree, Mythical. That pause from Unos in midair, that scared the crap out of me a little bit. I thought for sure that he was like, and that's basically the sound I was thinking about making before I realized, wait, I'm live, I don't want to make that, and I just made it anyway, and, you know, oops.
So guys, I'm starting a petition. Hopefully you'll all sign it for me. It's to remove the fire spell from 100% all keys.
Scav, we're not even a half hour into this and you're already starting to go there?
I am.
Oh wow. I at least thought we'd be able to get into the Link to the Past before this started.
No, dude. Come on. You should know me better than that by now.
I do, but I was hoping you weren't going to be fully awake until Link to the Past. And Jam, you'll have plenty of time for me to make more random noises throughout the other 3 games, so just wait, you'll get more, I promise. And that's actually a good question from Wilsh there in chat. Who would he be considered the favorite going into the race?
I would have said the 2 favorites going into this race were probably Feasel and ACM-LM. Just because ACM-LM has actively ran each and every one of these games at some point or another. He's got amazing times in all 4 of the games, really, so he was probably definitely the favorite. Also Feasel, because, I mean, Feasel is incredibly skilled at Zelda 2, really good at Zelda 1. Recently picked up Link to the Past and Link's Awakening and has gotten really good times in both of those as well. But Unos so far, putting on a good show here. Nice little lead he's got.
Yeah, I agree. The showing we're seeing right now through the first 28 minutes of gameplay from Unos here is particularly impressive here. However, Feasel is catching up, as you can see. Both of them now just putting the orb or the gem, because I keep getting yelled at for saying the word orb.
Yeah, this isn't Super Mario World.
Yeah, orb into the pillar here in Palace 3. It's 46 RM, DM. Come on. Oh, absolutely, Barney. I 100% agree that ACM-LM will make up the time on Link to the pass. But everybody quickly wave goodbye to Nabooru right there on Fiesel's screen. Hi Nabooru, bye Nabooru. We don't actually get to go in there. We don't get the fire spell. I don't get to rant. Everybody's happy. Well, except me.
Alright, so it kind of encounters Fiesel gets on the way to Maze Island. So far, so good. This manipulation he's doing is super consistent as long as no fairies spawn. The overworld encounters in this game, they look random, but they're actually pretty predictable. However, fairies break all the AI tracking rules that the two other encounters follow. So fairies, you never know exactly where they're gonna go. And usually they're just gonna walk right into the path that you're trying to walk. Alright, Yuno's setting up for manipulation commonly referred to as the Dazzle, because it was discovered by Zelda 2 runner named Dazzle. You wait out the first set of encounters and sidestep them, and then it just sets up a whole chain of events going across to the west here, where you can hopefully get over to the forced encounter in the desert without taking in any encounters. It doesn't always work, but it's a pretty high success rate.
And the other thing that you see Yunos and Fiesel doing right now is encounter skipping. Because the way encounters work on the in-game is that there are certain tiles on the game that have encounters on them, and you step on them. And you're going to be seeing this a lot more when we get to the end of the game in the Valley of Death. But basically how it works is that if you get into an overworld enemy encounter, on the same time you get into a forced tile encounter, the game checks priority, and the priority goes to the overworld encounter. So we use that to skip a lot of very difficult forced encounters in the Valley of Death at the end of the game, and also we use it here in the mountain path to Darunia to skip some very obnoxious encounters as well. For those of you wondering on the JSR, or the Two Gamers One Nerd progress, he is currently in Palace 3. He is on his way to get the raft, and as you can see, ACMLM, wow, acronyms please, is placing the jewel in Palace 2 currently.
Yes, we're gonna get Two Gamers One Nerd on the stream layout at some point.
Yep, absolutely. Well, Zoning, I could tell you how to get the fire spell, but then Scav would mute me, so we're not going to do that.
Go ahead and tell him.
Are you sure?
Go ahead and tell him.
Okay, fine. So how you get the fire spell is you go to this town of Nabooru. And then in the town of Nabooru, there's a woman. And this woman is thirsty. And she wants you to get her some water. And she lives 20 feet from a fountain. And I know I'm muted.
No, I muted you for a couple seconds for comedic effect and then unmuted
you. So this thirsty woman who lives near the fountain, and I'm probably muted again, asked Link to go get her some drink. You guys are lucky. I love you guys. But we're going to leave it at that right now as ACMLM enters into Palace 3, and Saber is picking up the Reflect spell, which is a required item to get to Palace 4, get through Palace 4, because the boss of Palace 4 is a very angry red Wizrobe known as Karok, and in this game, Wizrobes can only be damaged by their own magic.
Alright, and as far as the maze that you see Yunos and Fiesel on, the best way to go is the least direct way. As long as you always take the longest path whenever you're presented with a choice, always take what would seem like the longest path, you'll only get one forced encounter the whole way. If you try taking what looks like the shortest path, you're going to get a ton of forced encounters.
Yep, so one of those situations where the long way is the short way. Yes, fairy feet is prohibited. You were part of the discussion, right, Scav?
Yeah.
All right, so because it was just brought up in chat, do you want to explain what quote-unquote fairy feet is?
Alright, so Crystal Saber, who you guys see in the bottom right, he was doing a Zelda 2 run, playing the game with his feet, and he accidentally discovered that if you're in fairy form and you do a 1-frame tap at the edge of the screen, you can go a pixel past the screen boundary, and then hit the screen transition from the other side, which on 2-sided forced encounter tiles puts you on the wrong side of the encounter when you leave it. And it can be used to skip forced encounters quickly. It's got some other applications. And it was actually a big discussion the day it was found in Discord between a lot of the Zelda 2 community about whether it should be allowed or not. And the general consensus and the ruling on it was that it constitutes as an out-of-bounds glitch, so it's not going to be usable in any categories that are no out-of-bounds. It actually, because of that glitch, there is a new category that was recently added by Press J Polk. Oh, that's unfortunate for Unos. He's gonna have to just take a death. And that's not a good place to take a death. Your lives are really tight in Palace 4.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, a new category called any % no scroll lock was made because of the fairy feet glitch, where you're allowed to go out of bounds to fairy feet. You can heal or glitch to wrong warp, but you're not allowed to activate scroll lock, which is what really breaks the game and allows the any % run to only be a 20-minute run.
Yeah, a 20-minute run with a frame-perfect trick with sub-pixel positioning, so let's throw that out there, the caveat.
Yeah, it's a extremely difficult trick.
And if you like frame-perfect tricks with sub-pixels, don't worry, we gotta have your fill of them a little bit later in Link's Awakening.
Because this is any % no out of bounds lack, and that glitch is counted as an out of bounds glitch because you have to go past the screen boundary to do the fairy feet glitch. There is another new trick with fairy though that makes it so in 100% all keys you don't have to do a trick that we used to do called the super jump to get onto the roof and get down the chimney to get the upstab. Now there's a trick that's been discovered to be able to cast fairy and go down the chimney in fairy form.
So Feasel just beat Palace 4. Why is he going back into it? Am I missing something here? I thought he just beat Palace 4. Oh, yes, you get the boots. Yes, you get the boots.
Yes,
okay,
yes. In this category, you grab the boots and then up A.
That's what I'm like. Wait a second, what's going on? Oh, yeah, he has to get the boots.
Yeah, guys. Originally we thought it was just a screen scroll too, but then we investigated more what was going on internally in the game, and whether or not it's a wrong warp is debatable. I don't view it as a wrong warp, but it's definitely an out of bounds trick. You're going past the screen boundary into nothingness to be able to hit the transition from the wrong side.
Yep, and as an update from our off-screen racer right now, he is currently on his way back from picking up the kidnapped child and is going to Darunia.
Alright, so he's a little bit ahead of ACMLM. Yeah, Zarnax. Now that I think about it, I'm pretty sure first try super jump would indeed be quicker than the Santa Fairy trick. Okay, if you're doing it on the left edge of the screen, Lack, you would hit a 1-frame tap to the left, which would put you 1 pixel out of bounds to the left of the screen. And then you hit right, and it moves you onto the screen transition from the wrong side and exits you to the right exit of, well, it doesn't take you to the right exit of the, area, but when you go back to the overworld, it messes up where it positions you on the overworld and puts you on the opposite side of the tile.
Fiesel there, he was going for the Echo Key, or the Eco Key, which basically where you're going to jump and damage boost off the bubble there. But he unfortunately missed it, so now he's going to have to ferry up and take this death to refill his magic.
Yeah, exactly what Prez just said. It doesn't care which exit you took. It just, when you leave the screen via that glitch, you go to the proper exit for the screen. It's just the overworld repositioning code puts you on the wrong side of said tile.
Unos, they're going to pick up a safety heart above Palace 5 there. So I would imagine Unos is just going to stick with the ferrying over here when he gets to that screen with the quote-unquote Eco Key. But let's see what happens anyway.
Fiesel has got a bit of a lead on everybody now. Saber having some magic issues, that's not good.
Major magic issues, and oh yeah, apparently he's also on his last life.
Wait, what is this route he's doing?
Oh. Oh wow, that's disappointing. Saber having to up A, make his way back to Palace 4. Thankfully, he's only going to have to get the boots though, because he's already put the gem in.
Yeah, that room he was in, he had no reason to be in.
I think he was going in there to try and get the jar magic upgrade, because he needed magic to get the boots.
Yeah, true. I'm sorry, I just seen the room he was in and was like, wait, I shouldn't be seeing that and no out of bounds. It just threw me off. And so yeah, unfortunately he is gonna have to go back and get the boots. That's gonna cost him quite a bit of time, actually.
Yep, and Fiesel, meanwhile, has taken care of Boss Guma in Palace 5, and is going to go ahead and place the gem into the pillar here and get himself a full refill, and get up to 9,000 on the experience, which is going to give him, well, whatever levels he wants here. And going back in, because I don't believe we picked up the recorder yet, have we?
We have not. Alright, bear with me guys, you're gonna be seeing some stuff on the screen for a second while I throw our 5th racer onto the layout for a little bit. So bear with me.
Alright, so as Scab is getting 2 Gamers 1 Nerd up here on the screen for you guys to see where he is at, we're going to take a look at, as you can see, Fiesel and Unos are both currently in Palace 5. Saber, unfortunately, having to make his way all the way back to Palace 4 to get the boots. And ACMLM is currently making his way back from Darunia to go into Palace 4 for the first time.
Yeah, I'm aware there's cutoff and stuff, guys. Like I said, bear with me while I get it set up.
So the reason that we're going back to get this recorder is because it's required for 2 things. Number 1, it's required to skip the River Devil if you're going to be doing that. Number 2, and more importantly, we need the recorder in order to have Palace 6, the Hidden Palace, actually appear. Although it's a recorder, it looks like a plunger.
Yes. Hyrule has the the cleanest, least backed up toilets in all the land.
It really does.
I mean, they've got plungers just laying around everywhere.
I mean, it can't be the Mushroom Kingdom because their two plumbers are always out trying to save the princess.
Alright, so still have Feasel in the lead. Unos is not far behind. He's going to fight Guma now, so he's about a room and a boss fight away from Feasel. Slightly before them is ACM LM, and wait, I'm sorry, actually 2 Gamers 1 Nerd is ahead of ACM LM right now.
Yes, he is.
And then I can't see Saber anymore, so I can't comment
Saber
on where
is
he
just entering into Palace 5 right now.
Okay.
Dark Magician, we don't mention the book around these parts. But there is Unos going ahead and placing the gem into Palace 5 as Feasel is making his way into this bridge here. And what he's doing by going onto that bridge is he's resetting encounters so he can actually manipulate them as he's walking through. And actually, the reason you see him pausing right there is so he can attempt to slink through. And for the most part, that was a decent slink there, all things considered. Now, what Feasel is doing here is he's making his way to the hidden town of New Kasuto, because that is where the 8th and final magic container lies, which he's going to need to pick up, because we need that again to learn the Thunder Spell.
There is also the spell and the magic key there. The magic key is essentially a key with infinite uses. We're not going to be grabbing either of those. The spell, its primary function is you cast it at the edge of New Kasuto and it brings up a hidden area that gives you the magical key. Its secondary function is it turns all enemies on the screen into weaker versions of themselves. Well, most enemies. There's a few enemies it doesn't work on. But most of the time it will turn enemies on the screen into bots, so you use it in Valley of Death to turn all the dangerous flying enemies into relatively harmless bots. We're not going to grab that because this category, they're going to be using fairy casts and well-placed jumping attacks to take out the flying enemies in the dark. There's also the Magic Cross in Palace 6, which makes it so you can actually see the enemies in Valley of Death and Thunder Town, but we're not going to grab that either, so they're going to be completely blind as to the enemies in Valley of Death, unless somebody ends up grabbing Spell, which could happen.
ACMLM there had to take a death to Karok because he was short on magic, and as you can see, you need the Reflect Spell to be able to defeat Karok.
Alright, ACMLM finishing up with Karok, finishing Palace 4. He's gonna have to re-enter and go grab his boots.
And 2 Gamers 1 Nerd, I'm just going to call him 2 Gamers for now because that's a really long name to say otherwise, is entering into Palace 5. And as for an update on Saber, Saber has just defeated Boss Guma and is placing the orb into Palace 5 now. So unfortunately, we didn't get any ceiling walk there for Feasel.
Yeah, the ceiling walk is really, really useful in this category because it saves you a fairy cast. And Palace 6, especially in categories like this where you don't have the magic key or anything, magic is at such a premium here. Your magic consumption is very, very tight. And yes, it's not an orb, Greenleaf. I'm gonna have to join the chat and yelling at you.
Because that's so different from any other time. Big surprise, TGE's getting yelled at, everybody.
Alright, you guys see Feasel taking an intentional death. Again, he needs magic. Magic is really tight in this dungeon. That's a place where you're planning on taking a death to refill your magic, because it gives you just enough magic to cast Fairy to get through the door you just seen Feasel past. He's going to need one more Fairy cast as he's falling down the pit before the boss of the dungeon, and he's also going to want enough to cast the jump spell so he can quickly kill the boss of the 6th palace. You can do it without jump, it's just not easy by any means. Extremely dangerous. Even with the jump spell, it's extremely dangerous.
Yep. Yeah, so it definitely is. The fairy spell, as Scav mentioned, there are a bunch of required casts of the fairy spell. This room right here, you see Feasel in the giant bed of lava, or the lava lamp. Technically, where Feasel attempted the eco key is supposed to be a required cast of fairy, and also the cave where you fall down south of King's Tomb to get to Palace 3.
Yes, and there's actually only one place in the entire game where the jump spell is actually required, and it's not even technically required there. You can get past it with a well-placed damage boost off of a bat. But the jump cave that was way at the beginning of the run, that's really the only place that we thought jump was absolutely required. But if you want to waste a whole afternoon trying to get some crazy damage boost, you can get past it.
The Rebanak here in Palace 6 giving Yunos a little bit of an easier time than it gave for Feasel. But you see JSR there, as I've been told to call him, picking up the flute or the plunger, whatever you want to call it, in Palace 5. Also, Yunos with a pretty nice move there, opting to work his way up to a magic level up here so he could get his magic refilled right before he had to go through some doors and right before the Barba fight. Not to be confused with Volvagia, which is the FDS version. They actually look extremely different. The fights are actually different.
Well, it's Volvagia either way. The name Barba's a mistranslation.
I know, but I want to be... You guys are giving me trouble for calling gems orbs, so now I'm trying to be accurate, and you're still giving me trouble. I'm not going to win, am I?
No, you're not. Oh, Feasel... Or I'm sorry, Yunos going with a normal attempt at a one cycle, not jackhammering. That's understandable. The jackhammer can be really, really difficult to pull off, and if you mess it up, you're going into the lava usually. Yeah, Greenleaf is the speedrunning equivalent of the Cleveland Browns. He doesn't win.
Wow. Wow.
And before anybody in chat gives me any hate, I live in Cleveland. I'm allowed to hate on the Browns.
That's what the 216 stands.
Yeah. If you do live in Cleveland and you're a Browns fan, find another team. Allow yourself some happiness. But we have 2 gamers, 1 nerd fighting Boss Guma in Palace 5. Dying to Boss Guma. Boss Guma hits like a truck. I mean, especially going in without the shield spell and only 5 heart containers, you're asking for trouble. One of his hits probably does at least half of your health meter at this point. Oh. way more than half of your health meter.
Yep.
So that means even casting the life spell, he only gets 2 hits to work with.
Interesting note now, you see Fiesel had only 1 life. Now, normally that would be a bad thing. However, the way the Great Palace works is any other place in the game, if you game over, you get sent back to the North Palace where we started the game. However, in the Great Palace, if you game over, you're going to get sent back to the beginning of the Great Palace. Reason behind this is because this was an FDS system game. And on one side of the FDS disc was the start screen in the Great Palace, and the other side of the disc was everything else. So they figured, hey, let's be nice and be like, these guys have made it to the other side of the disc, so let's not make them have to put the disc in the other way.
Yep. And I always hear a lot of people that have always thought that the game did that just to be nice. Because you made it all the way to the final dungeon, so they don't want to make you go through the Valley of Death and everything again. But no, it wasn't Nintendo being nice, it's just a side effect of the original game being on a magnetic disc.
Yep.
Alright, Fiesel entering Great Palace. It's kind of a difficult palace, especially in a casual playthrough. It's very maze-like, with a lot of invisible pits in the floor, and false directions to take, and dead ends, and if you go any way but the right way, you end up emptying out to a dead end, and you have no choice but to go all the way back to the beginning of the palace and try again, or just die a bunch of times and game over. It's hard. I remember when I was a kid, Great Palace taking me probably like at least a week to figure out and beat.
At least you made it to Great Palace when you were a kid. I mean, I don't know if you were there when you saw me try and stream this one time. It was bad. I was, doing the normal things, attack 4, life, all the defense, Death Mountain kicked crap out of me. I couldn't even get to Palace 2.
Yeah, I remember when I was a kid, I got through Palace 1 pretty good. I got stuck at Palace 2 and Death Mountain, like I could never get through either of those for a long time. Then I finally got through Palace 2 and got through Death Mountain and didn't get stuck again until Palace 5. Then after I finally got through 5, I got through 6 relatively easily and was stuck in Great Palace for the longest time.
Yeah, but it's funny you mentioned Palace 5 being a sticking point, because the first 4 palaces, for the most part, even though Palace 4 is called the Maze Palace because it's on Maze Island, Palace 5 is actually the first mazy palace in the game. The first 4 are actually very linear.
Alright, so Fiesel is in a room that, in some other categories, is the hardest room in the game. You've got to break these blocks and hope this blue bird knight actually wants to agree with you. And then this 5-tile high double block break that you just seen Fiesel do is actually a very, very precise technique. A lot of the top Zelda 2 runners make it look really easy, but it's a lot more precise than it looks. Link normally is not supposed to be able to jump 5 tiles high. He can only do that when he's at his full movement speed. And on top of that, you have to hit the 2 blocks with a certain timing on your sword swing so that Link almost like stands up as he's hitting them, which clips him up onto the stack of blocks. It's really hard to get consistent at. Usually, the people that you see that are usually the most well-practiced in the right way to do that room are people that run the glitched any % categories and any % deathless. Because obviously deathless you can't afford to die, it kills your run, and glitched any % because you're only at 4 blocks of life and life level 2, so that Bird Knight pretty much just instantly one-shots you.
Yes, so for those of you who are wondering about the update on the runner currently not on screen, Crystal Saber, he is just finishing up with Palace 6 as he's placing the gem into the statue now.
Shoutouts to Greenleaf for actually calling it a gem.
Wow.
Oh no. No, Unos. Unos with literally 1 HP.
All of the zombie strats here. All of the zombie strats. And there's the Thunder Spell being put to use by Feasel to kill T-Bird.
Yes, Thunderbird is a fight that you can either take extremely safely, or you can just go all out on. It's possible to one-cycle Thunderbird, but it's not common by any means. There's a lot of luck to it. You're better off just doing what Feasel did there and moving him side to side and just taking him down a few stabs at a time. You can still get a really quick kill out of that.
And Feasel here going on taking on the final boss in the game here, which is your Shadow, Dark Link. And the reason it's your Shadow is because Ganon's minions are the ones trying to resurrect Ganon here. You're not actually trying to stop Ganon himself. You're trying to get the Triforces to wake up the princess, yada, yada, yada. So basically that's what that is. It's basically a reflection of yourself, out of your inner darkness. And once you beat that, you can go ahead and defeat your Shadow and wake up the princess.
Yes, and I'm sure somebody's gonna ask who the Hobbit holding up the Triforce at the end is. Some people refer to it as the old man. I've always thought it was supposed to be Impa, who is mentioned all throughout the Zelda 2 instruction manual, and even has, like, in the illustrations in the instruction manual, is wearing very similar clothing to what the little hobbit at the end of the run is wearing. So yeah, that's supposed to be Impa.
Yep, now you'll notice Feasel waiting on this screen here. That's because there is a 70 seconds downtime between ending your first run and starting your second one.
Yes,
so
the reason for that is to not give people playing on certain platforms any kind of an advantage due to faster game swaps. If we didn't do it this way, anybody playing on emulator would instantly have a clear advantage because they just have to click a mouse like 2 times and they switch games, as opposed to people on console who either have to power off the game and go back through their flash cart menu and pick the new game and so on and so forth, or actually swap systems and carts around if they're using actual carts. There's been a few other tournaments and races where I've seen that kind of cause an unfair advantage for some people, so we wanted to eliminate that from this bounty race as much as possible.
Yep, so as you can see, JSR is currently making his way towards the Volvagia fight. Crystal Saber is in the Valley of Death, making his way towards the Great Palace. Unos has just finished up here, and he is going to be putting Link to the Past on soon, and Feasel is in Link to the Past. He has just acquired his sword, and he is going through the palace to rescue Princess Zelda before Aghanim sort of does his thing and gets all really creepy with her.
Alright, so this is Link to the Past. Right off the bat, you're going to see them going and getting the sword from their uncle, and then going to rescue Zelda in the basement. This game has some interesting movement techniques. I'm curious to see who does some of the more advanced ones, such as wall pumping and stuff. Pretty much in this game, if you move diagonal, it's faster to hold one cardinal direction and then mash the perpendicular direction than it is to just hold diagonal. So if you're trying to move diagonally up right, it's faster to hold up and mash right. As awkward as it is to do that. It's funny you say that, 8gen, because to me, Zelda 2 is not rage-inducing at all, and Link to the Past is it's so rage-inducing that I quit running it because of how angry it would get me.
And can I just point out that I am a gigantic fan of Link to the Past for one reason. You get the boomerang, you get Lord Banana in this one, and you use it.
Yeah, but you never get a yellow Lord Banana, so none of them are your Lord Banana, so haha, Lord Banana's not in the game. You lose, Greenleaf. Yet again.
It's not my fault that Nintendo decided that they liked the color blue better than the color yellow. I can't control that. It's Nintendo logic.
Actually, Amazing Ampharos, that is not true. The superior boomerang in Link to the Past is red.
Yes.
The starting boomerang is blue, and then you upgrade it at the fairy fountain and you get a red one.
Michael, no, it's not they had an unexpected death, is that they went a little bit on a safer route that they know, so they're just behind based off of routing, not based off of anything else. So over on our Link to the Past side of things, you can see we are currently escorting the princess out of the palace, and this is going to be wow. Let's talk here. This is going to be what triggers the rest of our adventure. So the first thing we're going to be doing is getting out of the palace and making our way into the chapel. From there, well, you'll just have to wait and see.
And I do believe that is true about the upgraded boomerang in Link to the Past causing some lag. Alright, we're gonna be getting joined by Dark Magician here for Link to the Past. Because he's definitely more knowledgeable about this game than me and Greenleaf both combined.
I know a little bit. It's mainly for the YBA stuff that I'm here.
Awesome.
So this route is called YBA. It's named after the Japanese runner who found it, or actually I think he's a tester, Hara. And then it's a callback to the Ocarina of Time category, RBA, which I don't know what that one actually is called.
I think it's that name you just said.
Use our bottle adventure.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's something like that. So what they're going to do is they're going to be farming these rats here in Escape. They're looking to have, I believe, the 20 drop at least. They want at least 30-something rupees coming out of here, so that they can go buy their first potion. And their first potion creates a great glitch that you guys are going to really enjoy.
Now, I know the concept behind the glitch, but I don't actually know how it works. Basically, it's sort of a wrong warp, but not a wrong warp.
So what happens is if you drink a potion, you could also mirror and use the Canis Maria. But if you use that on a screen transition, it increases the room number without actually moving Link to a different room. And if you do it outside, it also creates a flute menu without the flute.
Cool.
So it's basically they're hacking the code by using the bottle and the screen transition.
The update for those of you wondering, Crystal Saber is currently on the Dark Link fight right now. And as Saber is finishing up with Dark Link, you see ACMLM and JSR both making their way through the Valley of Death. Or Valley of Discord. I prefer the Valley of Dis or Discord, honestly. Death is just so meh. Alright, so we've got our palace here in Link to the Past over on Diesel's side. Now, I guess, because I don't necessarily know how the item getting here in YBA works, any of the items in any of the palaces at all?
So they're going to get the minimum items that are necessary. It depends on the runner. If they're able to hover, they'll skip the hook shot. Otherwise, they'll go get the hook shot.
Now, of course, we're going to be picking up the item because it's the bow. And that's
right.
Kind of required.
It's a required item. You're going to need the bow to activate the statue in Palace of Darkness is the main thing, as well as the mimics in Ganon's Tower.
As Diesel's making his way through the palace, you do see Unos there getting into the chapel here, and he's going to drop off Zelda and pick up the heart container as his reward. Saber, meanwhile, has started up with Link to the Past, and he is just waking up in bed.
Alright, and let's see who can, between ACMLM and 2 Gamers, 1 Nerd, let's see who can not be the last one finishing Zelda 2. It's a meta race, guys. Sorry. And yeah, to answer your questions, guys, in Zelda 1, up A is allowed.
Now, the other thing that this first palace is going to unlock, in addition to the bow, is I do know a little bit about this game before, is once you take care of this, you get to go talk to the old Shazala, whatever his name is, and he gives you the Pegasus boots, which I'm not sure if you've played any games, these games with Pegasus boots, but running is faster than walking.
The other benefit to the boots is the game is programmed to not drop items if you dash through an enemy, so that you can manipulate the drop counter a lot easier.
Yep, like in all Zelda games, there's a choice. I know you're surprised at this.
So Fiesel's taking care of the first boss here. It's the Armos. There's a fairly simple fast kill. What happens is normally when you kill these guys, they each take 3 arrows, and when you get to the last one, he'll turn red. But if you can actually time your shots to kill them before he turns red, you can kill them all as they're blue.
And turning red just basically increases the speed at which he comes at you, right?
He will actually come at you. When they're in the blue, they're in a rotation.
And also, it's health refills when it turns red.
So Unos did manage to pick up the 20 drop you were talking about. Did get that at 41 rupees. Fiesel's still only at 17, so we still got a little bit of ways to go before we can get our first adventure going here in the Link Gets Drunk and Warps Everywhere category.
Yeah, they're both going to stop in the back of Sahasrala's house and steal his rupees that he has in some chests back there.
Yep.
Like a hero does.
And there's a boss bot for everybody who thinks bots are awful. There's the biggest of the bots, and not the last time we're going to see Boss Bot here today. We are going to see him again, although you might not see him in his full glory.
So we have quite the race between ACM and two gamers going on.
Yep, ACM opting to take the death to get the refill, whereas gamers or JSR basically just took got lucky and got the red jar refill. So ACM is going to have the full life on life 8 against Thunderbird. JSR is not. So this is going to be quite interesting. And oh, Thunderbird just said nope. Thunderbird said nope, 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 nope.
What you see over on Fiesel's screen is he was pulling on some trees. What happens is the game has a consecutive kill counter and a damage counter that's constantly running. After you kill 4 or more enemies, if you've taken damage, you get blue rupees out of the tree. If you take no damage, you get red rupees, and if you haven't met either of those requirements, you get green rupees. So he's doing this manipulation to get some red rupees, and he's going to have enough money now to buy some potions. Oh, to buy his bottle, sorry.
So that's going to be both of our runners still on Zelda 2. They're going to be taking out, or they just have taken out Thunderbird and moving on to finishing the game with the Dark Link fight, which still has the potential to kill you. I've seen runs lost to Dark Link before.
In this category, as long as you aren't like down super low on your health meter, the chances of dying to Dark Link are really, really low. But there are definitely other categories where Dark Link is a serious threat. Straight up any percent, the glitched any percent category, Dark Link will one-shot you unless you're at absolutely full health. Alright, ACMLM switching to Link to the Past. It's gonna be interesting to see how much time he can make up on this game. I would say he's probably the strongest of all of our racers at Link to the Past.
So Fiesel's making his way up to the witch to buy his potion.
Now, does it specifically have to be a green potion, or is that just because it's the cheapest?
For the first glitch, it needs to be a green one. Each of the potions have their own little unique thing that they do. So the first one's going to be a green one, and he's going to use that with the screen transition in Hyrule Castle, specifically to create a flute, which will send him outdoors to a weird area you'll get to see. And from there, he'll just pick up a bunch of rupees. Random rupees that you will never see. It's a 5 rupee that keeps respawning, so he's going to up, down, up, down, up, down, until he has 999 rupees.
Now, why can't that work in real life, huh? You know, I would love for that to be a thing in real life. Just, you know, hey, look, this $5 bill just keeps appearing over and over and over and over.
Alright, nice. Looks like Fiesel pulled off the YBA glitch. Alright, so now you're going to see him doing what Dark Magician was just talking about. He's going to wrap around to the top of the screen and just keep mashing up and down. That every time he does that, it's incrementing his rupee counter. Now that'll continue ticking up after he save and quits and reloads. So he's going to load his file here, and you're going to see his rupees still going up to the max count. He knows exactly how many times he has to wiggle up and down to get to the max rupee count.
I'm not gonna lie, this is the one game in the 4 that I actually haven't seen a whole lot of. So seeing these glitches, this is like a lot of the first time for me seeing a lot of these. This is actually really, really fascinating.
I believe ACM will collect his money differently than the other two because they went and got tree rupees. He's going to do a different glitch into Eastern Palace where He's just going to dash over top of everything to go collect his money.
Neat. Yeah, this category seems like a lot of fun, just because it's broken without being like insanely broken. Like, it's obviously not exploration glitch levels of broken, but it's still pretty damn broken.
Enos there getting his max rupees as well, so that's kind of awesome. And for the update on Crystal Saber, he is currently in Palace 1 there, and he is on his way to pick up the key, the bow, etc., etc.
Alright, and I just want to take a second again to thank all of our racers for participating in this, to thank Dark Magician again for joining us for commentary for this game, and Link's Awakening if you want to stay as well. Also to Crimson Avix for making our awesome stream layout that you guys are watching right now. And to Prez J Polk for coming up with the idea for this race and setting everything up.
Wait. We're shouting out Prez for coming up with this idea, saying how he's going to go in and all that, and then not showing up? We're giving him shoutouts for that?
Oh, no. We're going to show him all kinds of shade for dropping out and then not commentating with us. But as far as setting up the relay, he deserves all the shoutouts and props.
Okay, fair enough.
I'm just kidding.
Fair enough.
We love you, Prez. Greenleaf might not, but who cares? He's Greenleaf. He doesn't count.
Wow. So I guess the next question I have is that I've seen Link to the Past runs before. It's mostly been NMG runs, no major glitches. But one of the things that I've seen before is where you basically run like you're the Flash. So how does that actually work?
I know how it's done. I don't know the technical aspects of it. Dark Magician would be able to fill us in better on that. But as far as how it's done, you charge a sword swing, and then you stand facing either north or south on stairs, and you release the sword swing and hit your run button 1 frame later. And for whatever reason, that makes it so you have your full run speed, but with your normal freedom of movement.
Yeah, basically you can do that glitch anywhere that you're not up against a barrier or a wall. What you're doing is you need to tap the dash button, and if you're against something, then Link will actually grab the wall instead. But yeah, it's just a glitch state that the game thinks that you are using the boots whenever you exit stairs. It can be activated not only with sword swings, but also the hook shot and medallions.
So again, for those wanting the update, the Crystal Saber has just finished Palace 1 and is picking up the Pegasus boots right now.
Don't worry guys, we will be swapping Saber back into the stream layout at some point.
Yep. So can I just say, coming up here in the tower here, that was the boss that gave me the most trouble as a kid. How many people had issues with Moldorm keeping to knocking you off of this platform, so you had to redo the fight over and over and over?
You might be disappointed then. He's actually not going to go upstairs and see Moldorm at all.
I won't be disappointed at all. I always find it fascinating when these glitches come up and like, hey, by the way, guess what? You get to skip all this crazy stuff.
Hey,
yeah,
you know that really annoying
booster.
part of the game that you hated? You don't have to do that anymore. Those are the greatest glitches.
Yeah. Those are the best. Those are the ones I'm just like, that's kind of what got me into speedrunning as it was anyway. It's like, and it's strangely enough, it's a story I've told a lot, but what got me into watching speedrunning was, in fact, Zelda 2. Because I'm like, as a kid, I was horrible at the game. I'm still horrible at the game as an adult. I'm like, I want to see the end of this game. So I'm like, let's go on YouTube and let's find a Let's Play. Well, I'm watching this Let's Play and I look over to the side and I see this Zelda 2 in 55 minutes or whatever it was. I'm like, or an hour and 5 minutes. I'm like, what is this? So I click on it, and it's a link to, of all things, Feasel doing the Zelda 2 Deathless run at AGDQ. And, well, I've been hooked ever since.
So speaking of Feasel, there he goes using the YBA. You might have seen 2 links there. He ended up drinking his potion, doing screen transition in the Dark World. So now he's in what we call Fake Dark World. He's at the Palace of Darkness, but it has Light World music and a Light World palette to an extent.
Yeah, it looks. I like this version of Dark World. It looks nice and autumny. It's kind of like, it looks like it's fall in Hyrule. We're gonna pay 100 gold to the monkey to let us into the Palace of Darkness.
The monkey's an extortionist.
Hey, I'm not sure if you ever played Final Fantasy Legend 2, but if you have, you know that bananas are expensive, man. The banana smuggling is real.
Here's Saber trying to attempt his first YBA. He's going to back up until he can't see the sword anymore. It's still holding out, but that means that he's 1 pixel from the transition. Then he'll tap right and Y on the same frame, as you see there, and he'll bring up his flute menu.
Oh, you should have done this race, Lack Attack. That would have been awesome to watch.
Absolutely would have been. So now we have got, as you can see, ACMLM getting the bow, Feasel making his way through Dark Palace, Unos making his way through Tower of Hera, and Saber has just gotten his 999 rupees and is making his way back to the Witch's Hut.
Unos is doing a bomb jump here. Instead of going upstairs and falling down the hole, he's going to use a bomb explosion to shoot himself across. You have to be within 6 pixels from that hole and dash and bonk and land on the bomb's explosion.
And if I remember correctly, there's actually a way to do it without bonking, but it reduces that pixel window to 1 or 2 pixels or something like that.
Yeah, it's 2 pixels.
Yeah. So yeah, you're better off just bonking no matter what.
And that's the same sort of concept you're going to see right here in Palace of Darkness for Feasel, as he's going to attempt to bomb hover here to get the hover, right?
Well, he's going to clip through the railing.
Bomb clip, okay. Bomb clip to get the hammer here.
Yeah, it requires a pixel perfect bomb placement plus pixel perfect positioning on Link. That's why you see Feasel pause buffering to get that perfect positioning so that it works. And with how low your health is at that point, missing that is a huge problem because you're going to take a heart of damage from the bomb explosion and then another heart from falling into the pit. And so after grabbing the key, he I guess you would say save and quit or whatever. Well, not really a save and quit, but he essentially save warped back to the start of the palace. Saves him a little bit of time having to go back. That's really all it is. It's just faster movement optimization.
JSR over on the, because you guys just see the game capture, we have the full thing. So giving the thumbs down after that Armos fight, after nearly getting killed by the final Armos and not being able to kill it before it turned red.
This looks
So,
like we have Fiesel in the lead. Looks like Yunos is slightly behind him. Is Saber behind or ahead of Yunos?
Saber's in Tower of Hera.
Alright, so Saber's a little bit behind Yunos. Then we have, looks like ACM, LM leading up the back. I'm sorry, I left out 2 Gamers 1 Nerd. 2 Gamers 1 Nerd behind Crystal Saber, followed by ACM, LM.
ACM LM is ahead.
Oh, is he?
Yep, he's already gained back up that time already.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
Yep, and ACM is picking up his first bottle here, and we can let the fun begin pretty soon.
Chosen Undead. They are counting the game swap and setup into their final time. There's a mandatory 70-second swap time between games, and that was done to not give players on various platforms an advantage. Otherwise, people on emulator would have an advantage over people on console because of quicker game swaps, and we did not want that to be a thing. Any kind of like a multi-game race where you're going to have people on emulator and console, that's just the fair way to do it. Have a mandatory game setup time. There's no reason anybody should be punished for playing on original hardware.
No, I agree. And there's Fiesel taking the quote-unquote death, but having the backup fairy so he's not quite dead yet. And finally taking out, this is Helmasaur, correct?
Correct.
Helmasaur King, yes.
Okay.
He does 2 hearts of damage no matter what attack hits you. His fireballs will come out every cycle randomly. Sometimes he does them, sometimes he just does a tail whip. He can charge you, pin you against the wall. He's a total jerk.
So Fiesel now going to be getting his first of these 7 princesses. I'm not sure we're going to...
Maiden.
See, I'm getting my terms strong again. They don't ask me to do these things because I know what I'm talking about. They ask me to do these things because nobody else said yes.
Yeah. That about sums it up. We tried getting other people. Nobody said yes, so hooray for Greenleaf.
So it looks like ACM's doing the older route from 2014 for the YBA. I believe Zelda created a different route that you'll see the other runners actually run, because that's where they learned it from. So he just did his warp at a different location than everybody else, which was an interesting place.
But we will all eventually get to the same spot.
Everybody will get blue balls.
Yeah, it looks like Fiesel has about a 3-minute lead in Link to the Past right now, but there's a 13-minute discrepancy between ACM, LM, and Fiesel's respective PBs in this category. So ACM, LM could very well be ahead of Fiesel leaving Link to the Past if he plays well.
Speaking of leaving Link to the Past, you have Crystal Saber leaving the Tower of Hera and getting ready to go set up for his warp to the Dark Palace.
So you see them bonking against that rock, and what's happening is they're getting pushed right against the very last pixel on the screen. It makes it easier for the transition.
JSR now incrementing his rupees to get up to the requisite 999.
Fiesel coming to buy his last 2 potions he'll need for the rest of the run. Or maybe it's just 1 potion. He needs something to get into Mire area still. I believe that's the potion he just purchased.
I'm going to go ahead and throw Saber back up on the stream, so there might be some choppiness with the videos and or audio while I'm doing that. Sorry guys, just bear with us.
I refuse to bear with you.
Shut your mouth.
No.
I don't
Okay, I was
recall
wrong.
asking you anything, Greenleaf.
This is his potion to get to Thieves Town. What he had to do was he had to leave the screen and come back to actually load the Dark World, Dark Carico.
Which one am I?
Ah, gotcha. And I do love the fact that even after you get the Moon Pearl, you can still get turned into the bunny by some of the enemies over here. I love that.
Wonder if it's possible to actually beat the game as the bunny. I'm sure you could exploration glitch and technically beat it as the bunny, but I mean, if you could do like a bunny % where you have to go through all the dungeons or something.
Yeah, the bunny just can't. He can't do anything. He can't open chests. He can't lift jars.
Oh wow, really? So yeah, that's just not feasible at all then?
You can glitch him by if you fall down a hole, he turns into what we call Super Bunny, where he can lift pots and open chests. But that's the extent of what he can do.
I see. I see.
Feasel entering what we love to call the Hellway.
Yeah, that
And-
room's a pain.
But he made good work of it, so.
See,
What is the reason for playing the game so out of order? That I cannot answer. If our buddy Prez J Polk is still in the chat, he would be able to elaborate why he did it that way. I'm sure he has a very, very good reason why he did it in this order, but I would prefer to let him fill you in on that.
oh, I think I know the reason he put it in this order, because he was planning on doing the racing. His best game, Zelda 2, he wanted to lead after the first one.
He put the first last because it's the most classic of all. And because level 9 can be really, really cruel.
True, true. Now, if I must say, I do rather enjoy Thieves Town here, just because, unlike most of the other dungeons here in Link to the Past, this one truly fits the bill of the quote-unquote puzzly dungeon, because you don't necessarily know what you're getting into when you first go into it. You don't know what the boss is. You end up having to rescue the prince or the maiden here, what it was turns out to be blind. But I just love the feel of this palace overall, or this dungeon overall, excuse me.
So if you're familiar with the game, you might be saying, why are they going the long way around here? He actually skipped the mitts or the gloves in Desert Palace, so he has to find an alternate way to get down to the maiden.
Oh wow, I didn't even have your Twitch channel right. I'm a scrub.
Good job.
Yeah, you might want to do that. I'm trying to type as little as possible because I don't want live split to decide that it wants to like stop the timer or reset the timer.
No, it's no worries. I don't even. It doesn't bother me if it's not on there.
There, I got it.
So we have Saver going into the turtle party room.
Turtle party room. That's great. Is there pizza?
Oh, there's always pizza down there.
Are
Yeah.
there multicolored bandanas involved? Because if so, we might have a lawsuit on our hands.
ACM's going to go a little bit different than everybody else. He's not going to do the bomb jump immediately. He's coming downstairs and getting basement rupees. So he has enough money for his next potion.
Basement rupees. Are those ill-gotten rupees or not?
I mean, they are laying out on the floor in the open, so I think they're They're acquired through legit means.
Wow, that was one heck of a hammer jump there by ACM. Boom. Just like that, nothing.
Yeah, I mean, that's just ACMLM's experience with this game showing. Like I said, he's by far the best of the field today at Link to the Past.
Oh, absolutely. It's
not even just out of the field
honest.
today, just in general. When it comes to Link to the Past, ACMLM is one of the top runners, period.
Yep. Feasel fighting the Helmasaur King, I mean not Feasel, Saber fighting the Helmasaur King right now. Feasel, meanwhile, is getting the Book of Medora. Did I get that name right?
Yes.
Woohoo! I got something right finally!
And Yunos is fighting Blind, everybody's favorite boss.
But is he doing it with his eyes closed?
He does not have a webcam
just
today.
When Greenleaf says stuff like that, just let it go. Just ignore it. Don't encourage him.
So if I had to guess, Saber probably has about a minute lead on ACM right now. Yunos has about a 7-minute lead on Saber. And Feasel has about a 4 or 5 minute lead on Yunos. JSR is going to get the Moon Pearl. He's probably 7 to 8 minutes behind everybody else as well.
So you see Feasel there rescuing the Smith here to pick up the next level of sword. Now I assume we don't go full on max sword here, right?
It depends on the player. They could go get the gold sword, that's optional. But I believe Feasel, Yunos, and ACM will all do tempered. Safer probably will do tempered sword as well.
Yes, fighting Ganon with the tempered sword is completely different than fighting him with the max level sword and silver arrows. You really have no way of damaging him in his like final phase other than spin attacks on a certain precise timing. I don't know how wide the frame window is, but yeah.
I don't know if ACM has a fairy, but he clutched it out there against Helmasaur King. I don't even know if he grabbed the net, actually.
Yeah, that was a pretty clench-inducing fight there from ACM. ACMLM. So Yunos here picking up the sword as ACM has rescued his first maiden. I will get all of these terms right eventually. No, I won't. Don't even think I will, guys. So Feasel setting up for another bomb jump here.
So these bomb jumps here are only minor time saves. You're looking at 10-15 seconds versus the normal route. But in Ice Palace, they will be doing one that is a crazy time save. Like minutes.
Yeah, that one is pretty much required. You can probably not do that bomb jump and still finish the palace, but you're gonna lose so much time. Like if you're gonna learn any of the bomb jumps in this run, the Ice Palace one's definitely the one to learn.
Ice Palace bomb jump over Dark Palace bomb jump?
Yes.
Yes. Absolutely. The hammer jump doesn't save as much time as you probably think it does.
No, it just feels like it should.
Well, I mean,
when you go down to the basement, you can get rupees and whatnot, which will save you time later.
Yeah, exactly.
Fair. As you can see here with the tempered sword, sword beams are back when you're at full health.
Sword beams are the absolute worst. They only do Master Sword damage. So if you hit him with your regular sword and then the beam hits him, it will negate your first attack and only do Master Sword damage.
And that's bad.
Especially coming up in a mummy room later on, they're going to use the sword to knock a mummy against the spike to override their sword damage into spike damage. And if your beam sword hits him, it negates the spike damage.
It's so weird how the damage works like that in this game.
Yeah, it really is.
So speaking of the spike damage, Mothula coming up was programmed to not receive spike damage.
For pretty obvious reasons.
Correct. But the spikes override the sword damage. So it's actually a glitch that wasn't supposed to happen this way. You're supposed to be able to do regular damage to them all the time. But having it this way makes it actually fun.
Fun, really? That's debatable.
And since it's Zelda, the damage is actually calculated from a chart instead of this item does this damage, which means that if you have the gold sword, it won't do damage against Mothula.
Oh, so your only option then is just to fire rod the whole way.
You
Fun.
can do a different damage chart, but if you slash the sword, it does no damage to Mothula.
Okay.
Hey, when in doubt, use Fire Rod.
I thought we were done with Zelda 2.
I said Fire Rod, not Fire Spell. There's a difference. As a quick update, Helmasaur King is down over on JSR's stream. And of course, everybody, we are back in the witch's shop. So we all know what that means. Time to get drunk again and go on a crazy warped adventure. Because let's be honest, that's basically what this is. Link drinks weird colored beverages and goes crazy.
Okay. That's one way of looking at it.
Savory getting the God, the light text box.
I say that every time I wake up when the sun's shining through my window.
Blind's an interesting boss because a lot of people casually say it's one of the hardest, but you may see ACM here be able to pull off the perfect blind. She's quite scripted, the way she moves around, depending on when you hit her.
You know, something a little bit more magic for the Mothula fight. He does have Fire Rod equipped. ACM making up all kinds of time. He is picking up the Maiden in Thieves Town about the same time Saber is, but Saber's at 38 minutes and ACM's at 31, so you can see ACM just picking up all the time here, right?
Oh, Yuno's taking a death.
Mothula getting its the first death of the game.
Ouch, that's gonna be a huge setback.
Yeah, a hard part about this is he has no magic for the Mummy Hellway now. So he'll have to collect something to light some of the torches. and then hope that he gets the drops off the mummies. There he goes, full drop.
All right, full drop is good. Oh, and he gets wall mastered or ceiling mastered. Are you kidding me? Wow.
Man. Dungeon 3 just giving the business to Unos. Giving him all kinds of problems right now.
Yes, hand too strong is correct.
Meanwhile, on Fiesel's screen, we see him in the Swamp Palace. He's still the front runner in this race. It looks like ACMLM is definitely making some ground up, though, on him.
Yeah, definitely looks like it. He is blistering through this.
I'm wondering if Saver forgot the book. I'll have to see when he opens his menu.
There we go. Unos finally taking out Maki.
It's looking like Saver and ACMLM are actually really close to each other right now.
Yeah, they're pretty much even at this point.
Although if Saver forgot the book, like DM over here is suspicious of, then that's gonna eat up a lot of time.
Yeah, and I won't get to see a menu until he switches to Fire Rod at the second half of Skullwoods.
Oh wow.
Well, no, he'll switch to bombs, I guess. So, we'll have that after the big key.
So here's a question while we're waiting for this to continue on a little bit way. I've been seeing a lot of the runners be able to run with not just the sword but the hammer out. Is there a trick to that, or is that just me being dumb and not being able to do it?
It only works in the Japanese 1.0 version of the game, and you pretty much just hit run and hammer on the same frame.
Okay.
You can actually item dash with pretty much every item in the game for the most part.
Bottle dash hype?
Now, shovel dashing, you would think, oh, that's awesome. Please tell me Link just runs and digs a whole row of spots up.
That would be amazing.
Oh, he does, but you
does,
don't get
yeah.
anything.
Yeah, exactly. He does, but you only get one item drop from whatever the last dig of the line is.
I believe it has the same idea as when you're doing the dash with the sword. How the drop rate goes to 0 when you're dashing.
Yeah. Makes sense.
ACM getting the bomb jump to get Fire Rod, because as we all know, when in doubt, use Fire Rod.
Saver picking up the mushroom now. It's a good time to pick it up. He'll be going by the witch's hut again on the way to get flippers, so he'll be able to switch out that mushroom for some powder then. It's a good routing decision on his part.
So I assume this route doesn't actually... Does this route use fake flippers, or does it use you buy your flippers?
You don't need to use the fake flippers in this route at all.
Okay, so you just buy it. Got it.
Well, the fake flippers only work on the way from Desert to Hera.
Right.
You still need flippers to swim in Swamp Palace. There's 2 rooms that you need them for, exactly. $500 for 2 rooms.
Those better be some really amazing rooms.
They're not.
Yuno's making his way into Swamp as Fiesel's making his way out. Coming up to Argus.
ACM in the Mothula fight. He's already pulled ahead of Fiesel here. I mean, a Fiesel, of Saber here. Wow, I can't even use my terms.
Okay, Saber got the book, so.
So, Lizzie, if you're watching, enjoy the fact that there's actually a book in this one.
And everybody watching, please give our racers a follow. They've all worked really hard on these games. Some of them have learned some of these games just for this tournament in a very short amount of time. They're all great streamers, great speedrunners. Definitely worthy of your guys' follows.
Yep, absolutely. In addition to that, make sure you also follow the guy I just posted in there as well, because he is the person behind the awesome layout you are seeing. So make sure you give Krim a follow as well.
A really good Argus fight from Fiesel.
Yeah, it really was a nice Argus fight.
Saber taking down Mothula.
Yeah. ACMLM just hauling ass here, just making up tons of ground in Link to the Past. Like I said,
Yeah,
it's a very real possibility he could be in the lead leaving this game.
Yep. Because he's only, what, one palace behind Fiesel, and he's made up already a ton of time.
Fatlix, it's pretty much just that the first game in the relay was Zelda 2, and I would say out of all of the racers in the relay, Fiesel is the strongest Zelda 2 runner out of all of them. He's definitely got the most experience with the game. Yeah. And now on the flip side here in Link to the Past, this is more ACMLM's game where he's got tons of experience and is by far the best racer out of all of them at this game. So he's going to make up some time here, and then Link's Awakening, it would be hard to say which one of the two has the advantage in Link's Awakening.
Fiesel has the advantage in Link's Awakening. ACMLM was just finishing up loading it last night around 3 in the morning.
Oh, okay, yeah.
But I would honestly say that when it comes to Link's Awakening, I would actually give the advantage in LA to, from what I've seen so far, to Saber, actually. Just because of all the time he's put into that. And then we get into Zelda 1, where your favorites by far in that one are Yunos and Saber.
ACM's no slouch in Zelda 1 either, though.
True, but Yunos in this specific category has a sub 29.
Very true.
I'm sorry, but I gotta give the favorite to the guy with a sub 29. And oh yeah, I don't know if the video is public knowledge or not, but I have seen another video where a Crystal Saber sub 30 with oh yeah a white sword.
Oh, Krez bringing up a good point in chat. ACMLM has run Link's Awakening DX a lot. He doesn't run vanilla Link's Awakening though, and that is the version that we're using for this relay, and they are entirely different speedrun routes. There's a lot of change between the route for DX and vanilla.
And there's also a lot of fun little glitches you can do in DX that you're gonna, or in regular Link's Awakening that you guys are gonna see. But we'll get to that when we get to Link's Awakening. Right now, we still have some hot Ice Palace action to deal with over on Fiesel's side of the stream, and Yunos is getting the hook shot as ACMLM is entering the Swamp Palace.
So Fiesel's doing what we call the Ice Palace bomb jump. It's same as the hammer jump that you saw earlier. It's 2 pixel per thick places. And this is the one that you need to get to save the biggest time. It saves you having to go dredge through the dungeon and find the big key.
Yeah, but he did also unfortunately get firebarred into the hole, so he had to do it a second time.
This is a pretty chill dungeon.
Yeah, it really is. Although we have all the penguins and getting the one charged attack on the penguins.
Fiesel having some issues on the ice there, taking a hit from the fire bar.
He's been taking all kinds of hits from fire bars recently.
He's nearing the end of this dungeon, and there is a fairy in the room up above if he wants to play it really safe.
Which he's going to, it looks like.
No reason not to with the lead.
Absolutely no reason not to.
Dying at the end of Ice Palace is a significant time loss, so I think the trade-off of taking 5 seconds to grab a fairy is worth it.
Oh, I would 100% agree with you there.
So Saber's doing a fun trick here where you use the mirror at the same time that you're pushing a block in a place that doesn't... the mirror doesn't actually function. Like, it won't warp anywhere with it. It makes the block completely disappear out of existence.
Alright.
That's a fun one. I've actually done that before just goofing off, so I know that. I knew that one.
Cold Stare kind of got scattered a little bit on Fiesel, but still able to kill it pretty cleanly without taking any damage. Ideally, you want to get all 3 of the puff balls trapped in the top right corner, and you just keep juggling them in the corner, but sometimes they like to break free.
So Unos down with Argus, Fiesel down with Cold Stare. ACM getting the big key in Swamp. Saver making his way still through Swamp. He's at the beginning, it looks like.
And JSR just killing Mothula.
So that's a fun thing. 3 different bosses.
Yep. 5 gamers, 3 bosses. I'll stop now. Okay, no, I won't, but it sounds good. Coming up next is going to be Misery Mire, if I'm correct in my remembrance of this game.
That is correct.
Woohoo!
But Meyer requires you to use a flute to get there, so he's going to whistle with the bottle.
Hey, you can make great music with a bottle.
I mean, this might be the first game where you can use the bottle as a whistle, but it will not be the last Zelda where you can use the bottle as an instrument.
Heck, I've seen Zelda games where you can use the bottle to beat bosses.
Yeah, I mean, another game where you use the bottle as an instrument that comes to mind is Ocarina of Time.
Unos making his way over to the Ice Palace Palm Jump. So we'll see how that goes with him.
And ACM is on the Argus fight right now. Which I'm sorry, but every time I see Argus, it just reminds me of a heel slime from the Dragon Warrior games. That was a really good fight there for ACM on Argus. Really good fight.
He was a little bit slow in the first cycle, so Argus went into the animation of the puff swirling, even though there were no puffs to swirl. So he gets to stand there for 3 seconds, watch nothing happen.
I didn't say it was a great fight. I said it was a good fight.
So Fiesel's up on the mountaintop getting ether. Then he's going to hit the Dark World Warp and Bottle will venture his way over to Meyer. Unos pulled off the bomb jump.
Did we ever find out if Saber grabbed the book?
Yes, he did.
Okay, cool.
So here's my question. I guess I have to go here. You mentioned that you can use the bottle as the instrument in Ocarina of Time. And because of the way that game works, does that mean you're trapping time in a bottle?
No.
I can hear the chat groaning right now. Yep. And you can know that the warp was done correctly there because Fiesel got the double links.
Now, here's the question of the entire tournament, or the entire race. Will Fiesel go for the bird toss?
He's got to.
You have to, right? Bird toss!
Oh, wrong way.
Yep. He went for it, he just didn't get it.
He had the intentions to do it. That's enough for me.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Ooh, Cold Stare giving Unos a little bit of trouble here as the cloud version's getting all kinds of scattered. But eventually Unos does win the stare down and gets the maiden.
Saber's taking out Argus right now.
We have a question in chat. What does Bird Toss do?
It's an RNG manipulation move. No, it's just swag.
What does bird toss do? It gets a bird wet and frozen.
Oh, wow.
ACM lining up for the bomb jump. I don't think he's gonna have any trouble here. Is JSR just running no major glitches?
He's currently just got the ice rod.
He's using the flute, that's why I ask.
I think he might be. He might be.
I mean,
It's not much of a time loss to get the shovel and then the flute.
yeah. And as far as the categories for the race is concerned, that's not breaking any of the rules of the category for the race, so just running no major glitches is totally fine.
Yuno's picking up the ice rod as ACM is basically juggling Cold Stare the way you're supposed to do it. That was a phenomenal fight.
Mythical, he might be doing a different route where he does swamp after ice.
Yeah, if he has the flute, then... Especially if he's running no major glitches.
Yeah, I'm basically taking a look at his splits right now. Palace of Darkness, Thieves Town, Skullwoods, Ice Palace. So yeah, I think he's doing Swamp either last or second to last, because after this he's getting Misery Mago listed.
Okay, so he's going to do Gold Sword, Silver Arrows. He's going to do Swamp Blast, which sets him up for his Gold Sword.
Yep.
Sniped.
Yeah, by literally like what, a tenth of a second or something?
So when are we going to get a Link's Awakening randomizer so we can have a 4 Zelda randomizer race?
Oh.
Talk to Fred. And that would be all kinds of amazing.
Yeah, that would be really, really fun to see.
really would be. Feasel there having all kinds of fun with the Cane of Samaria. Which, not gonna lie, my first experience with the Cane of Samaria was not in Link to the Past. It was actually in the Oracle games, where you need the Cane of Samaria in Oracle of Ages to use basically to kill one of the puzzle bosses in there. I always was a fan of the Cane of Samaria. Hey, I'm gonna make my own blocks. Yeah, ACM is just doing all sorts of ridiculousness right now.
He is hot on Unos's tails.
Tails? Unos has more than one tail?
Well, I mean, he's in
No.
9 tails.
Well, if he does, that's kind of cool. I'm a fan of that.
Here's everybody's favorite boss, Vitreous. He's just going to walk into the goop and have fun there.
Yeah, Feasel actually had a really good boss fight there.
Yeah, that really was a phenomenal boss fight. But JSR is done with with Ice Palace.
Let's see if we're going to see bird tosses from ACMLM and Unos.
Yeah, ACM is legitimately like neck and neck with Unos at this point.
No bird toss from Unos. He just lost the race because of that.
Well, no bird toss from ACM either.
Wow, they both fail.
Yeah. So does that mean
So yeah, we have 2 disqualified racers. We might as well just get them off the stream layout.
So you're on Team Feasel now because he went with a bird toss?
Hey, I'm a commentator. I can't be on any team. I have to be unbiased, sir.
Saber having some struggles here in Cold Stare.
Yeah, I will fully admit I was always biased during commentary for Zelda 1 Randomizer. Anyone who picked up Lord Banana, I was biased towards. And there we go. Feasel getting the super speed I was talking about earlier.
I'm going to start running a 99% category for Zelda 1 that gets all the items and does everything else in the game and then stops 2 pixels away from picking up the boomerang and ends time.
What about killing Zelda and killing Ganon and getting Zelda?
Fine, 97%.
You realize that the 100% category ignores the wooden boomerang and just picks up the interior
I know.
model anyway, right?
I don't agree with it being 100%, but we're not going to get into that.
So the question
my
is,
biggest
what about
thing is the magic shield. What?
I said, are you going by the shield?
If I'm doing a category that's grabbing everything, I'm grabbing the magic shield, yes, because that's an item in the game.
So Feasel really wants that spin speed.
This neck and neck between Unos and ACMLM is kind of nice to watch.
It really is.
Now the viewers will see that JSR is also in Mire, but he's actually not caught up with the others. He's just doing them in a different order.
So the mechanic here in Turtle Rock with the different pipes you go through, I always found this to be very, very interesting. Just the thought of having to go through these giant maze-like vents and all that was really cool.
Yeah, I remember when I was a kid it seemed super confusing, all the pipes and tubes, but I don't know, after you've played through the game a few times it's obviously much less so.
The other thing I always found interesting is you have all of these giant things that shoot out lasers and stuff. It doesn't sort of fit the theme of these sort of way Hyrule is, you have all these lasers, but it is what it is, right?
Looks like ACM passed up Unos.
Yep, looks like his routing movement here in Meyer has given him that. Saber is now back onto Death Mountain, and he is setting himself up for another YBA.
I believe he's on his way to Meyer as well.
I would assume so, yes.
Koopa Rock. Yeah. Alright, so now ACMLM getting to Vitreous. Making quick work of it, holy crap. That was an insane Vitreous fight. So yeah, it's looking like we might have ACMLM and Fiesel in the same dungeon coming up shortly here.
It'll be close. It depends on how fast he gets up there. Fiesel's heading up to Trinax right now. Saber's having a lot of trouble. Sorry.
Fatlix, the bird toss isn't like an actual speedrun strat, it's just a swag thing. It doesn't save any time.
Yeah, Saber's been working on this YBA for quite some time now. He needs to be 1 or 2 pixels from the screen transition when going left, so that his first movement will transition. There he goes. I might be a little bit behind.
Fiesel taking care of the first phase of Trinax. Oh, I hope that's not a death on Fiesel's side. Okay,
Nope,
yeah,
there's a fairy. He's probably gonna wish that he had that backup fairy for Ganon's tower, but there's fairies all over the place in Ganon's tower that he can grab.
So you just saw ACM's little trick. He used a green potion to transition his screen without actually changing the screen, which when he came up the mountain, he mirrored onto a different screen. And by mirroring back, it set the screen correctly so that he was right outside Turtle Rock.
That's really, really cool. For a quick flash, based on splits and timing, you got about 15 minutes left on Fiesel's side, and also about 15 minutes left on ACM's side. All right, Mike lit OOB, as you saw me type in there, stands for out of bounds. Basically, it means we're not using any glitches that will cause you to go out of bounds in the game to allow you to go to areas you're not supposed to through that portion anyway.
So it's a little bit ambiguous with Link to the Past, and people get upset about this, but out of bounds is defined as passing through a barrier to somewhere that you're not supposed to be, as opposed to standing on a barrier that you're not supposed to be. So you saw when they're getting into Turtle Rock, some of them are mere jumping into it, and some of them are like ACM did. He wrapped around. They're standing on the barrier outside of Turtle Rock, but they're not passing through a barrier that they're not supposed to. That is actually where this gets iffy. In typical YBA, I don't believe they allow the clip that JSR and Fiesel used, which is to jump in from the top. But for the sake of this race, I believe it was allowed by press.
Yeah, I think so as well. Like I said, I'm just here to call the races. I'm like, does this affect how I? Nope. Okay, I don't care.
And
Fair
Fiesel
enough.
accidentally touched the door he's not supposed to. So he's going to have to find himself a key. There are 2 extra keys in this dungeon that are easily accessible, so we'll see if he knows them.
Yeah, but missing that key, that's going to give ACM an advantage here, as he is taking out the first phase of Tranix as we speak.
Meanwhile, we got Yunos heading up Death Mountain on his way to Turtle Rock himself.
Saber is in Mire, and JSR is in Swamp, but again, he does a different order here.
So Yunos is going to do the same route that ACM did, where he's going to use his green potion here, and he didn't transition, but his potion disappears, which lets him know that the glitch is activated. He's going to climb up the mountain normally, and you'll see when he mirrors up here at the top, he's no longer on the screen that he appears to be on.
And that's why everybody earlier had been asking if everybody missed a YBA here, because you don't see this warp. The answer, guys, is no, they didn't, as you can plainly see. It's just a different version of it.
Right. The green increases your room number when you're outside. The blue opens the flute menu when you're outside. But the green will open the flute menu when you're indoors. Or in the light world. I believe they're the 2 circumstances. It's a very complicated code glitch.
Now, if you thought the Armos fight was annoying when you first had to do it, now you have to do it on ice. Uh-oh. Diesel's out of arrows. He's going to have to slash this now.
So the Armos is interesting with the sword slash. Again, the damage chart is very interesting. He actually does more damage if you poke and dash instead of slashing. Saber taking on Vitreous.
And the backup fairy coming into play, as Vitreous is winning so far. And Fiesel going to pick up the red tunic, as ACM is also entering into Gan's Tower.
It really is impressive how much time ACMLM is made up in this one game.
It really is.
You're probably right, Copra. That's accurate.
I also love the fact that there's the little things in Link's Awakening, as you saw in that room with Fiesel there. He missed the first shot, and the arrow stuck into the spinning spike trap.
Oh, and he's out of arrows again. Very stingy mimics today. So Fiesel's lead is dependent on if he knows about the backup keys. There'll be 2 keys coming up, one in a baby Helmasaur and one in a chest before Moldorm 2. And he needs to get both of those.
As Cloud Avenger just pointed out, ACMLM is actually on PB pace for this category right now. Healthy PB pace at that.
Yeah, that's crazy.
He was a minute 34 ahead leaving Turtle Rock.
That's just absolutely insane. Although, to be fair, he's also the only one of our runners who, so far, has not grabbed the mirror shield out of Turtle Rock. Oh yeah, here's a boss you guys didn't see before, because we didn't go to the Desert Palace.
Oh yeah, we didn't get to see the land mollusk.
Nope.
Fire Rod and the tower, when you get to him for the refight in Tower of Hera, you usually have Fire Rod and, depending on your route, silver arrows, so you can dispatch of them very quickly and easily. But when you fight them in no major glitches, they can just ruin a good start to a run.
Big surprise, Landmolas and Moldorms causing trouble. I know everybody finds that crazy, right? I would like to point out that we just saw Fiesel fighting the Landmolas, and ACM is right there as well.
Yeah, it's insane how much time he's making up. It really is.
He was down about 15 minutes coming into this.
Also to mention, JSR is really caught up on Saber too. He's heading into Turtle Rock himself.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I'll have to get JSR back onto the stream layout at some point.
So Fiesel found the other key. He's good.
Yeah, Fiesel's the kind of guy that learns and practices backup strats, so that doesn't surprise me too much.
No, not at all. Not at all. Can I tell you how much I love the googly eyes on Moldorm?
You can say it, that doesn't mean we're gonna listen or acknowledge it.
Wow, love you too, Scaff.
Now here's a chance for ACM to catch up some more time if he wants to pull off what we call hovering. He will be able to skip Moldorm completely, which will give him a 10 or 15 second advantage.
Doesn't look like he's going to go with it, though. Just going to kill Moldorm normally.
Yeah, that's disappointing.
He probably knows he's on a healthy PB pace and didn't want to risk it, which is understandable.
That and streaming for 20 hours.
There's that too.
He's been streaming for 20 hours?
I don't know when he started yesterday, but yeah.
Oh, wow.
So when I saw him at 3 in the morning yesterday, he hasn't stopped since then.
Yeah, what a trooper.
Well, yeah.
Wow, that's even more. This PB is even more impressive then if he gets it.
Diesel and ACMLM at the same boss fight at the same time. This is crazy.
Diesel finishing it up. And right behind there is ACM finishing it up. Wow. This is crazy. The time makeup is real. And for a quick update, JSR has just picked up the boss key in Turtle Rock.
Meanwhile, Saber's heading into Trinex. And Unos is heading to the Gauntlet. I believe ACM might be able to pass up Fiesel here depending on their phase 4 battle. If ACM can get in 3 hits at a time versus Fiesel's 2.
I'm also a fan of the using the hook shot to cancel out getting hit by the fire keys there by Ganon.
Yeah, that's one of those things that I really wish I would have known about when I was a kid.
Yeah, me too.
Oh, Fiesel not getting the torch glitch.
It's gonna really hurt.
Yeah, especially when you are on tempered sword strats.
So, for those of us who don't know what it is, could you explain the torch glitch?
I'll let Dark Magician explain it. He knows the technicalities of it better than me.
So what happens is during Ganon, you'll see that the torches are going out, left one, then right one. And in the 4th phase, if you can light the left torch before the right one goes out, in Japanese 1.1, Japanese 1.2, Japanese 1.0, of course, and I think that's it. Japanese 1.3 fixed it, which is the Virtual Console, and I believe the US version is also fixed.
And ACM is gonna, real quick, he's gonna defeat Ganon before Fiesel, and that's gonna be one heck of a PB.
So what they're doing here is actually a glitch. You're not supposed to be able to hurt Ganon with anything but the gold sword, silver arrows. But by slashing him 1 frame before he warps as he does, it will do damage. And if you spin, then it opens that window up significantly.
Wow. ACM with a minute PB here in Link to the Past made up a 15-minute deficit going into Link to the Past. So now he's going to be in the lead as we go into Link's Awakening. Also, as an update, Trenex is down over on JSR stream.
Saber's entering Ganon's tower. And if Fiesel falls or can't finish this fight, I believe Unos will be able to catch up to him or pass him.
Yeah, he's already died once. He had the backup fairy, thankfully.
Alright guys, and again, make sure you give our racers here today a follow. They put in some serious work learning these games, and yeah, hopefully you guys are enjoying watching this as much as we are commentating it, and I'm assuming as much as these guys are playing it. Also, follow our buddy Crimson Avix for his awesome work on the layout that you're seeing for this stream.
And Fiesel did manage to just defeat Ganon, so he's going to make his way to Link's Awakening now. But over on the Link's Awakening side of things, the first thing you'll notice is that ACM is going to duck into Madame Meow Meow's house real quick. And that is because this is a save and quit game. So the way it works is when you save and quit, you'll warp back into the last house you entered and exited. So they're setting it up for a warp point later, and you're going to see that several times throughout the run. So after we pick up the sword here in Link's Awakening, the next thing you're going to be seeing is we're going to be going into the woods here. Now, normally, what you would have to do is you have to go pick up a mushroom, go get powder from the witch, or you can get powder from the shop, drop the powder onto the raccoon, reveals it's Terran, and he unlocks the path for you to get the tail key. Well, we're not going to do that. We're not going to do that at all. We're going to go ahead and we're going to do some little fun, not even glitching really, we're just going to do some fun tricking of the game here. So once we get out of this cave that you see ACM is in right now, we're going to bonk a mob one a little bit and make sure he's facing up, and then we're going to walk into a hole, fall into said hole, and get clipped out with an arrow shot from the mob one. However, if the mob one doesn't want to cooperate, yeah, the mob one not cooperating at all right now with ACM.
Yeah, that mob one can be kind of trolly sometimes. There's some definite RNG involved in it giving you the right movement pattern to be able to get in position to damage boost over the pit.
Yeah, absolutely. So you're going to see all kinds of little things like that throughout the run. When we get to a point, we're going to explain a couple of the other things. I'll definitely bring that up. But right now, that's the quote-unquote biggest skip we're going to see. The other interesting thing is the route that I actually was showed this game on was about 2 weeks ago I was showed this. Then it turns out, hey, there's a new route. So there are some routing changes as well that have happened within the past week to this category.
Yeah, the biggest routing change is really so that you can have the fire rod to finish Dungeon 2.
Yep.
As anybody knows, the genie is a terrible boss that takes forever.
Yep. And for those of you who like Bow Wow, we are getting all of the Bow Wow you could handle in this round.
I believe that Fiesel's still going to run the old route. So we'll get to see both of them highlighted here.
Definitely looks like it. So what you see happening on ACM's side is he stole the shovel from the shopkeeper. Shopkeeper does not like it when you steal from him. So next time you enter, he going to pay you back. But then we're going to go ahead and buy some bombs, because bombs are a huge thing in this game. And yes, White Moth, you did hear that. And after buying the bombs, we're also going to go ahead and steal the bow. And the bow, well, the game designers didn't figure we're going to have the bow in the first couple of dungeons. So the bow is going to make the first couple of mini-bosses kind of trivial. And Unos is also done with his Ganon fight, so he is going to be making his way into Link's Awakening as well. As you see, JSR is getting ready to get to the Gauntlet in Ganon's Tower.
And again, Uno's sitting for 70 seconds between games. It doesn't mean he has to sit on this menu for 70 seconds. He just has to make sure that 70 seconds elapse from him ending time on the final game and pressing start on the menu of this game. And the reasoning for that is, again, to eliminate any kind of an advantage from different platforms. That way, if somebody's on emulator, they aren't going to get an advantage from faster game swaps, and if somebody's on console, they're not going to get punished for having to swap cartridges. Because in a race or a relay or something like this, nobody should be punished for using original hardware.
Nope, absolutely not. And What the next thing you saw there is you saw ACM actually unlock the dungeon by standing to the side of the keyhole, and that actually works with all of them. If you face the side, if you're on the side and facing up, you'll actually be able to unlock the dungeon, and that's going to come into play later, specifically for Dungeon 3.
Another thing about the transition for the game, I believe they all have to power cycle their consoles to clear the SRAM.
I can see that.
Killer Sheep Lord. This is the Zelda Bounty Race. It is a back-to-back run of Zelda 2, Link to the Past, Link's Awakening, and finally Zelda 1. Now, the next thing to discuss here is you see ACM doing it right now, and that is the what do you call them? Super jumps, wall jumps. Anyway, the crazy jumping mechanic you see here in Link's Awakening. There's several different ways, or several different things that are going on at once. Basically, the first thing here, well, actually, DM, you know the mechanics a little better than I do, right? I assume.
Yeah. So what he's doing is he's clipping into the wall slightly. The Rock's Feather was very well programmed. So as he's in the air, he's going to slash his sword, which will allow him to jump over solid objects on the ground, over a tile worth. So they'll use that first to skip a key block that they normally touch. That saves them having to backtrack in the first room and get the key to the left. And then they'll use it again to avoid having to go through 2 screen transitions right there. And I mean, this mechanic's going to be used the entire time.
Mm-hmm.
It's interesting to see the palette choices between our different runners.
So I don't know if I mentioned it, but yeah, we have 3 different versions. Diesel's playing on Super Game Boy 2 on the Super NES. ACM's playing on his Game Boy player on the GameCube, also Super Game Boy. And then Yunus, I believe, is playing on emulator.
Oh, neat.
Not gonna lie, I'm a little biased right here. My favorite of the 3 so far is definitely, I like the color scheme that ACM's rocking right now. The black and white with just the everything else sort of like that red color. Ooh, ACM getting the heart piece there.
Heart piece of shame.
Yep. Diesel with a nice Moldorm fight as Yunus has picked up the tail key. Uh-oh. I'm uh-oh in there because I see a little bit of a dying animation on Saber's side in the Ganon fight, but he has a fairy, so we're all good. And JSR is on the Aghanim fight. Yes, and for those of you in chat who don't know what we're talking about when we say fire rotting past something, just wait for about another 20-25 minutes or so, and the fun will begin. But speaking of getting past things, you have the next implication or application of the super jumping mechanic there. As you saw, ACM got by a stone that he didn't have the power bracelet to lift. So what he did there actually is by clipping and jumping into it basically on a diagonal, you'll get the text and then you'll be able to skip by the stone. You'll see the same thing happen a little bit later on in Palace 3. Also, one thing you might notice a lot of in Link's Awakening is you're going to see a lot of references to Mario characters. When you go underground, you're going to see some Goombas, you might see some piranha plants. You just saw some Shy Guys there in Palace, in the Dungeon 2 here in Bottle Grotto. So there's all kinds of Mario references here in Link's Awakening. And that's going to be a Ganon kill for Saber down on Link's Awakening. Or not Link's Awakening, in Link to the Past, so he's going to be moving on to Link's Awakening here in approximately a minute and a half.
And how is Two Gamers One Nerd looking right now? Where's he at?
He is on the Ganon fight right now with Red Mail. He just got revived by a fairy.
Nice, so he's right there too.
Oh, he fell down the hole.
Oh,
he fell
no.
down the floor.
Blame Greenleaf, he jinxed it. But all things considered, for 4 of our runners to be in Link's Awakening, well, 3 in Link's Awakening, 1 just starting it, and 1 getting ready to finish Link to the Past, the spread is pretty tight considering the scope of this race.
Oh, absolutely. So I believe we are going to see a bit of a route. Yeah, we are going to see a bit of a route differential here between ACM and Fiesel. So what you saw ACM do is he picked up the power bracelet in level 2, and that's all he's doing. He is then going to be leaving Bottle Grotto, which is the name of level 2, and making his way towards the rest of the game. We're going to be making our way towards level 3, the Key Cavern. Fiesel, on the other hand, is not going to be going with the route change. He's going to be using the old route, which is going to actually take care of Bottle Grotto right now. The item you see ACM just picking up, that is the mushroom. The mushroom is very, very important. The mushroom is going to allow us to skip some jumps a bit. Some big jumps in a bit. So while we have ACM making his way over towards the next area we're going to be at, Fiesel is going to be going into finishing Bottle Grotto, and this room in particular that he is in, this gave me all kinds of trouble as a kid because I didn't know enemy names, because you get a hint that says first defeat the imprisoned Pole's Voice, last Stalfos, which means you have to defeat that room in that order. Pole's Voice, Keys, Stalfos. And if you don't, you will never get the Nightmare Key.
Hold on. Timer malfunction.
That's fine. And speaking of that, I mentioned that the mushroom is going to be used for some stuff. Well, the mushroom is used to be able to do some weird, funny things with jumping. And as you can see, it just made it so that we didn't have to do the 6 leaves quest, and we can just basically go right into getting the slime key. Now, the slime key, as you saw, looked like a golden leaf because that's the game thinks you're at, but in reality, you did pick up the slime key, and that tracing from the side and holding up thing I saw earlier, that's going to be what's going to unlock level 3, the Key Cavern. Now, Fiesel here, he's going to clip into the wall, and by clipping into the wall and throwing the bottle, he's going to automatically break the bottle here. Now, you saw him place a bomb. He places the bomb, which ricochets the genie down into him, where he can fire the bomb arrows, which is where you press the both buttons at the same time, and you get the quick kill. There is there's a quicker kill to do that, but we're going to see that a whole lot later. So JSR has finished Link's Awakening. He's on, or Link to the Past is on his way to Link's Awakening. Now ACM here is taking on the Dodongo snakes. So we're gonna actually cheese this a little bit here, because we kill one, we leave, we come back. Hey, look, both are dead. Surprise! Great programming game. Great programming. And what we pick up here in the Key Cavern is the Pegasus boots. Now, unlike in Link to the Past, where you have your own special button for them, in this game you have to actually program them into one of your A or B buttons. So we can't have as much fun with the Pegasus. But trust us, we're still going to have a lot of fun with them.
You're gonna see these guys making liberal use of the save and quit function to warp back to the beginning of dungeons. Just to save some movement time and backtracking time throughout the dungeons.
Saver now getting his shopping done, and he's going to get your curs zapped here by the shopkeeper, and ACM is attempting to use that clip we saw earlier to get into the swamp there with Bottle Grotto here in the Key Cavern, which he does quite nicely. He's then going to run into the thwomp. Yes, there's a thwomp. I said all kinds of Mario references here. And make our way through the end of, basically to the end of Palace 3 or Dungeon 3. These aren't palaces. That's still in Zelda 2. God, see, I keep messing them up. But anyway, this is the boss of Dungeon 3, Slime Eyes. Pretty good fight there for ACM, getting him to fall right on top of him to go ahead. And now, not going to bother with the instrument skip, although more than likely we are going to see the instrument skip for level 4, because if you don't get the instrument skip, then there's a pretty much like a 4 to 5 minute cuts long quest you have to do. So now coming up, before we get to level 4, which is the Angler's Tunnel, this is coming up because the reason why the route Fiesel's doing was the route for a while, because we're going to be doing something called bomb triggering. And what bomb triggering is going to do is going to allow us to trigger the first event on a screen. Now, we use that for a couple of different things. The first one is going to be here to skip. This is going to be this is a theme in these races here, skipping the ocarina. So we're skipping our musical instrument again. And what the bomb trigger is going to do is it's going to trigger a scene where we get, basically we get Marin to sing the Ballad of the Windfish, which moves a walrus. Now the reason you didn't do this with Bow Wow earlier is because Bow Wow soft locks the game. So you're going to see ACM try and do a bomb trigger here, and he's going to be jumping at the same time. If he doesn't jump, he will soft lock himself, and he will not be able to do anything else. And as you see how he's jumped right there? He's in the air. That means he's good. Now, what he's basically doing is he's dropping a bomb at the same time he transitions the screen, and you know it works when you lose 2 bombs as opposed to 1. This triggers the walrus screen, so now we're good here for now. We still are going to have to take this very precise movement we have to take, and we have to leave the screen before the rabbit shows up. And now there's very precise movement we have to take to die, so we're not soft locked, so we can go ahead and into the rest of the desert to get the Angler's Key.
Now, if you make a safety save before all this and you do end up soft locking, what kind of a time loss are we talking?
Well, I don't actually know, because like I said, I learned this route literally 2 days ago, so I don't know. DM?
I'd say about 10 seconds from the time from right there at that house back down to the bomb area. The other thing about it is he wasn't just safe from the jumping. You also have to be able to transition off the screen in your first movement. He was doing it last night. He was having a lot of trouble with that. If you don't get off the screen in the first movement, you soft lock still. So there's 1 and 2 pixels that he has to be able to be close to the edge of the screen. It's very input dependent. Yuna said he had a lot of trouble with it.
Yeah, and that's the reason that you don't normally see Bow Wow there, is because it's Bow Wow that actually triggers part of that soft lock. Without Bow Wow, you don't need to be that persistent with it.
I don't believe you even have to force your death if you don't have Bow Wow with you. That could be.
Slime Eyes giving Fiesel a little bit of trouble here. Yeah, so Fiesel having a 2-cycle smash down there for Slime Eyes, so not as smooth of a fight as he would want. And you see there, Yunos also here in 3, and oh, the teleport happens. That's a rough death for Yunos there in Key Cavern. So we are doing game sound from ACM, right, Scav?
That is correct.
All right, so I want everybody to pay special attention to the theme you're seeing here, which is Mount Tamarach, because you're going to be hearing it a lot. I hope you like it.
Yeah, one thing I do really like about this game is the fact that they tried to give every dungeon different music. Which,
Yeah,
considering how limited the space on a Game Boy cartridge is, that's very, very impressive and ambitious, I would say, even.
Yeah, it's a really nice touch they did here. ACM opting to not try and hook jump past the block, opting to just bomb it to pick up the key here. Now, interesting note, as you can see, there's the bunny that we were talking about, so Fiesel doesn't have to do any of that transition stuff we were talking about. Interesting note, ACM is opting to not key cancel, which is basically when he gets the key, he's not hitting pause to cancel the text, but he's just letting the text play. So that's actually going to cost him a little bit of time over the full course of the run. So now we're going to go ahead and pick up the flippers. Unlike in Link to the Past, these don't cost you any money. They just cost you a little bit of time and going through a dungeon like you're normally going to go through anyway.
Alright, since all of our runners are now in Link's Awakening, let's take a chat vote here. Who wins the bet, or who wins for best Link's Awakening palette choice?
Do we get to vote too?
Yeah, type your votes in the chat. These votes mean nothing, but I'm just curious to see who likes what.
Although I do have to give, even though ACM is my pick, I do have to give shout-outs to two gamers over there for using the classic Game Boy Black and White. So coming up here with ACM, this is going to be, if he pulls off what's supposed to happen here, it's a big thing. It's going to be an instrument skip. Saver also not using the old route. He's also going to be clipping here as well. So we have the route variations here, which is going to be very interesting. So let's see if we get the instrument skip here. Setting up for it. The instrument skip is a frame-perfect trick involving subpixels, similar to the healer glitch we were talking about in Zelda 2. Now what the instrument skip is going to do, it's going to skip the next trigger. Now the next trigger after beating level 4 is a ghost starts following you, and you have to go and bring him back to his grave. And I'm not sure what just happened. Nope, we did not get the instrument skip from ACM. This is about a 4 to 5 minute time loss, depending on how fast you are with the ghost. So this is bad.
It's interesting. It actually looks like it's spread out pretty evenly between everybody as far as the pallets are concerned.
Math guy, the big time loss is because it triggers a side quest. It's basically an item fetch quest. You have a ghost starts following you. You have to bring it to its old house in the seashore. Then you have to bring it back to its grave, and it's just bad.
I mean, it's bad for ACMLM, but it's good for us because that gives our other runners a chance to catch up and make this an interesting race again.
Now, he could be taking an interesting route because the ghost only spawns on a certain screen. So if he never goes on that screen, he can completely avoid the quest.
That is interesting.
He toyed around with doing 4 last for that reason alone, because then you'll never get to that screen. But if he just completely avoids it, I mean, he's only losing 10 or 15 seconds by not going on a certain screen.
Yep. So what we're doing here is you're seeing him setting up the save now, and we are setting up for what is called the rooster skip, because remember you need the flying rooster to get this key coming up, which is the Eagle's key to get into level 7, the Eagle's Tower. Now remember that mushroom we grabbed earlier? Well, the mushroom's going to have a little bit of something to do with this here. So first things first, we're going to use Pegasus Boost and the shovel at the same time to run in place. Then, well, as you can see, we're kind of on some crazy things here. So the mushroom, of all things, they used to use the hook shot, I remember that. At least maybe it wasn't DX, but the mushroom, by using the mushroom and holding it over your head, you're basically going to cause yourself to fall a little bit, but not fall down, because you can actually clip into the edge of where you're jumping. So basically how it works is if you're going to use the mushroom right before you fall into a hole, then you do AB start select right for the text and continue, you will not fall into the hole. So yeah, mushroom jumping is going to be a big thing here. And there we go, that's going to take care of it. Now we're going to pick up the Eagle's key. And that's going to be it for getting the Eagle key now. And Feasel is trying to get the harp skip, and he did not get the harp skip here. So he is resetting to try again.
Wow.
Mukau, the shovel dash is if you use the Pegasus Boost and the shovel at the same time, you will run in place. And that basically allows you to get the speed of a running jump without having to actually run jump. So we've got ACM, he's making his way now. This is part of the other reason you have Bow Wow. So with Bow Wow, the route changes from 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 7 to 1 half of 2, 3, 4, 7, 8. Now what Bow Wow is going to do is it's going to allow a cutscene skip, because Bow Wow literally eats the cutscene trigger. I'm not joking about that. Bow Wow eats the trigger. So we're going to see that as we're going to unlock Eagle's Tower right now, and you're going to watch Bow Wow literally eat a cutscene. And Feasel also managed to get the instrument skip on his second try, or third try.
So what do you think cutscenes taste like?
Oh no, he didn't get the cutscene strip, he missed it. Because the cutscene skip, basically, if you go from the right-hand side of that rock, and not below. If you pull up the right-hand side one and unlock it from the right, Bow Wow will eat the cutscene trigger for you. And I would imagine cutscene triggers taste like chicken. So if you guys remember when we got the Angler's Key initially, we used bomb triggers. Well, we're going to do that again here in Eagle's Tower. Because normally the gimmick of this dungeon is supposed to get a large iron ball that you pick up and throw at these pillars to knock them down. Well, there's two problems. One, we need the level 2 power bracer from level 6 to pick up the ball, and 2, that just takes too much time. So we're going to bomb trigger instead. You can also do the same thing by overloading sprites as you basically push a bunch of bombs into the hole there, as you saw ACM do. The same concept works. The other big thing to note about bomb triggering, and this is weird, because bomb triggering is a glitch. Well, there's a glitch that alters a glitch. If you fire an arrow, you won't be able to bomb trigger until you enter or exit a dungeon. So if you need to bomb trigger something, and you don't have a dungeon coming up anytime soon, don't fire an arrow because you glitch your glitch.
Glitch your glitch.
You glitch your glitch, yes. And Fiesel has now picked up the Eagle's Key, so he's going to be making his way up. He's actually doing the opposite route. He's going to go to level 8 first. And he is going to be picking up the most OP thing in the game. No, not the mushroom, the Fire Rod. And, well, Fire Rod's quite interesting. But first coming up here, we're going to do a Nightmare Key skip here in Eagle's Tower. Because we're going to utilize the fact that Goombas are very bouncy. And we're going to super jump when... Oh, unfortunately ACM killed one. But basically the whole point here is we're going to super jump from one wall, jump off the Goomba's head, and bounce onto that top floor.
ACMLM just bullying this Goomba.
Goomba lives matter.
He's just gonna opt to save and quit because he missed it.
A lot of people opt to use the bow and arrow instead of using the sword for this super jump. It avoids killing the Goomba.
And for your update, JSR is heading towards Key Cavern right now. He has just blown up the giant pig block. No, Math, you save after beating the boss, so you can just go after it again. And Saber does manage to get the bomb trigger on the walrus, as Yunos is mushroom jumping his way to keys.
Yuno's having some trouble with the mushroom jump. Falling into the pit right at the end of it too. That really sucks.
Yeah,
that's
I'm
unfortunate.
gonna fall in the pit. So remember the clipping that DM mentioned earlier? Well, we're gonna use that to what's called Mirror Shield skip. You just saw Fiesel do it. Normally you would need the Mirror Shield to get out from under that or get through that, but by clipping into the wall and running at breakneck pace, you don't have to worry about it. And Fiesel getting a first try bomb trigger on Turtle Rock. Normally you would have to use the Frog Song of Soul to wake up the turtle here and kill it, but you can just walk right through its head because, like a Gleeok in Zelda, there's only certain parts of it that have hitboxes, and you can just walk through it and enter level 8 Turtle Rock.
ACM playing the worst kind of game, the waiting game.
Yeah, these Goombas are not being nice right now. Goombario, please. There's a reason nobody uses you in the speedrun. You can at least be nice here.
Wow, that Goomba killed him so bad.
That did! That was So bad. There
But
we go. That's how it's
He's
supposed
finally
to look.
up.
Yep. I agree with Prez. Those Goombas must be Feasel subs. So, what we have next here is the boss of level 7. There's actually 2 of them here. You see the little guy and the big guy. The little guy is the Grim Creeper. He is the mini boss of Eagle's Tower, and the big boss is the Evil Eagle. Now, you're going to see a little bit of a different trick to defeat him depending on which route you see. The route you see Unos and ACM taking, they're going to have to do bomb drops like you just saw there. But more importantly, over on Feasel's screen, he just picked up the Fire Rod. And the Fire Rod is effectively going to make most of the rest of the game very, very trivial. DM, do you want to explain how that works?
Sure. So they'll use the fire rod. Basically, you want to hit the fire rod 2 frames before you hit the start menu, and it'll glitch out the game. You get a sprite overload, and as you pass through the doorway, it can despawn the entire room of the rest of the sprites.
Which normally you're supposed to do, but Feasel didn't do it here in this room.
That's the reason that they're doing 2 last. That's ACM and Unos. They're going to use that fire rod glitch to skip the genie battle. And it's ideally saves 35 seconds.
So Saber went ahead and picked up the flippers, and now he's going to be attempting to super jump off of that P-hat to get to where he needs to go. And there he goes, super jumps off the P-hat to get the boss key in Angler's Tunnel. Ooh, Unos is in a bit of a hurt there because he ran out of bombs, so he's going to have to save and reset to get his triggers here. So he's actually going to be searching for bombs here in Eagle's Tower.
It looks like he's planned for this backup already.
Mm-hmm. Feasel does manage to get the instrument skip on the bass, on the drum there, so he's now going to make his way over to Eagle's Tower, as ACM's going to make his way over to, well, Turtle Rock. So we're going to have the sort of pseudo high five going on, not really though. Now with the fire rod, that's going to allow us to kill all of these plants in the swamp. Gokapanga Swamp, actually, is the name of it. And make our way through normally, and we're going to get another mountain climb on Feasel's side as we get another mushroom jump here from ACM. Uno still having all kinds of bomb trigger troubles, though. And Saber does get the harp skip in a level 4, so he is now off to pick up the bird key. And it looks as if, giving you the update on JSR, he is on his way to bomb trigger off the walrus and pick up the angler's key. Mirror shield skip for ACM. There you go. Uno's finally getting his last trigger there.
He's still going to need a couple bombs for the boss, so this is going to be interesting.
Yeah, absolutely.
I believe it takes 3 bombs to kill this boss, so he'll be short 1 at least.
Nope, we'll just pick him up right here, the floating bombs.
Oh, there you go. Now he gets to play the waiting game.
Let's see how the Goombas want to be nice to him. Oh, nope, definitely not. That is a nice little mechanic you see there. If you happen to jump on the Goombas and kill them the Mario way, they will always drop a heart for you. Oh! That's two Goombas being very, very mean to Yuno so far. And Goombas just in general today have just been all kinds of mean, but does manage to get the skip on the third Goomba. Fiesel with all sorts of bombs, using the spamming it into the pit glitch, which again you can use as well, which he's doing quite efficiently, I might add. He hasn't had to do it more than once on anything so far, which is really nice. Again, the reason he is planting the bomb here on this wall is specifically what I mentioned, needing, if you fire the arrow, then you glitch your glitch and can't do it. Yuno's taking out Evil Eagle, no problem. Gets the heart container, and he is going to be moving on to level 8 as well. And it looks like Yunos is going to first try to get the keyboard skip. And ACM opting to kill Blano here to go ahead and get the Fire Rod and not do the double super jump skip to get it. No big deal, didn't take him too long to do it, but that is going to be the Fire Rod there. And now, again, he is at basically quote-unquote easy mode. JSR is currently in Angler's Tunnel. I didn't get a chance to see if he's got the flippers yet, but he is making his way through there. Ooh, and Saber, unfortunately, dying to mirror shield skip, so he's going to clip in and do it again this time. There we go.
You saw there ACM doing the Fire Rod skip. He's going to do it again on the Walrus.
Yep. Now we're gonna actually you're gonna see that glitch down the Fire Rod to skip through the rest of the bosses. So you're not gonna see the boss of 8. You're not gonna see the boss of 5. You're not gonna see the boss of 6. You're not gonna see the boss of 2. Well, you are on. You did see the boss of 2 because you had some runners do it, but you get my point. And Fiesel, by the way, just a ridiculous level 7. Unfortunately, does not get the keyboard skip. And ACM not even bothering to go for the drum skip. So Fiesel is now making his way to level 6, which is going to be the Face Shrine. And actually, it's the same place that ACM is going, so he's going to take a little bit of a different path to get there. Because of the pathing that they took.
Worth noting is that ACMLM still has to go back to level 2 before this is all
Correct.
over.
So I would put Fiesel in the lead at this point again.
Exactly. It's very, very close, but I think Fiesel definitely has a slight edge right now.
Now what ACM is doing is he's going up and leaving through this way, because one of those were the heart containers, but you don't need to know that for the speedrunner. More importantly, he's going for the warp here. Ooh, Yunos getting his bomb arrow blocked by a P-hat, and, oh, you hear that noise? Did you hear that noise? That means the ghost is following ACM. And it's weird because it's the ghost of Bow Wow, which is a glitch. It's not supposed to be the ghost of Bow Wow. Good evening, Pen.
So that wasn't too far out of the way. He's dropped off the ghost now. Well, he's done half of it, I guess.
Yep.
He still has to go to the graveyard with them, but Bow Wow inspecting his old house.
I do like the fact that with Bow Wow you get the ghost Bow Wow, which is hilarious.
Another downside to Bow Wow is going to be all the lag that's going to be with those Armo statues on the way to the face key.
Oh god, yeah.
So I'd say Feasel probably pulled back ahead here.
Oh yeah, by ACM triggering the ghost, I would 100% agree. Saber has gotten the drum skip. He is now going to be making his way to Eagle's Tower, as Yunos is got the fire rod and is going to be making his way towards the end of Dungeon 8. We are over on JSR's side. He's attempting to get the harp skip right now.
This is your mother. Answer the phone.
Wow, my golden! Oh, wow! Yep, and sorry about that, my phone decided it wanted to ring. So I can't control that, but yes, that was in fact TGE Mom.
Did you let your mom know she's ruining a perfectly good relay restream? She should feel bad.
No, but I will let her know.
So the question is Yuno's going to get the ghosts as well? If he can skip it, he'll make up a lot of ground on ACM right here.
Alright,
So
sorry about that, everybody.
he does avoid the ghost, and he is hot on ACM's trail now. They're both heading to find the face key. Meanwhile, Diesel's working his way to the exit of Face Shrine. He's going to glitch out the boss right here.
And over for our update for JSR, he is attempting to get the bird key right now. He is mushroom jumping.
And if you're not following the Speed Gaming channel and you are enjoying this relay, make sure to throw Speed Gaming a follow. There's all kinds of relays, tournaments. It's just a great channel to follow if you enjoy speedrunning, even moderately.
Absolutely, it's absolutely phenomenal. They have done. They have hosted part of the Zelda Randomizer tournament, part of the Zelda 2 tournament. They're hosting the 46 Robot Masters tournament, Super Metroid, all kinds of different things.
Also, make sure you follow our runners and my two co-commentators here, Greenleaf and Dark Magician.
Also, in addition to that, make sure you follow the guy I just posted in chat as well, Crimson Avix. He is the wonderful designer behind our layout that you see.
And not only did he design it, but he did it for us on really short notice. Like, he literally started on this layout at about probably like 10 or 11 p.m. Eastern last night, so with like no time at all and no warning, he just fired it out for us real quick and kind of bailed us out of not having a layout. So yeah.
Let's just put it this way, TGE owes several favors that he can't speak of in a PG chat.
For more details, no.
Follow me on Twitch.
Saber pulling out his patented Saber strats where he pauses a lot.
And does manage to get the Goomba skip quite wow. Wow. Oh, ACM missing the bomb kill on the Wizrobes there. So we're gonna have to place another bomb. J. Coper, the routes sync back up, honestly, in the Windfish. Because some of the guys still have to go back to 2, so the route actually syncs back up in the Windfish's egg. Yes, AA, but they still have to go back to level 2, which means the runs aren't fully in sync yet. JSR is heading over towards Turtle Rock right now. And as you can see, Feasel is in level 5, the Catfish's Maw. ACM's getting a key there in the Face Shrine. Saber is going to be making his way towards getting the Face Key, and Unos is also in the Face Shrine.
Not to be confused with the Greenleaf Maw, which never closes. Speaking of Greenleaf, he has been quiet for longer than 10 seconds. I always get worried when I don't hear him speak, because it must mean he died.
I forgot I was on push to talk and didn't have my button pushed down.
Okay.
Feasel picking up the marimba. Didn't get the cutscene skip, but that's okay. It's really only vital for the ghost.
Yeah, the skipping the instrument in level 4 is the most important one. That saves the most time. The other ones save time, but they're not necessary.
Yunos clutching it out with half a heart.
Yeah, that was really close.
It was. Neither ACM or Unos gained the triangle skip though. So Fiesel is going to be making his way back to the top of Mount Tamarach one last time, so he can use a final bomb trigger twice, or a fire rod skip and then a bomb trigger, to go ahead and open the Windfish egg, because you normally need the Ocarina for that. Now this is another route variation here. With Unos and ACM able to go back to level 2, they'll be able to pick up some powder. Fiesel, Saver, and JSR are going to have to pick it up in the Witch's Den. That's a little bit of a time difference there, and the reason is because you need powder to defeat one of the phases of the final boss, the Nightmare Bot. And yes, I said that right, Nightmare Bot. Big Boss Bot is back in Nightmare Shadow form.
Yes.
Well, they'll still have to stop by the witch because the powder won't actually appear until you get rid of your mushroom, and the witch is the only way to get rid of your mushroom.
Right, but you don't have to wait for her to.
Right. Yeah,
mix it
you
up.
can just drop it off and leave.
There is a way to take out the Nightmare Bot without the powder, but if you fail it, you're pretty much just screwed.
The reason they had to dump their powder, Math Guy, is because the mushroom and the powder take up the same spot. So if you have one, you can't have the other. So that's why.
Fiesel rocking out.
One-man band.
One man, 8 instruments, that's impressive. And nah, yes, that is Bow Wow. Alright, well, Brood, we can give you a pretty well position. Right now, Fiesel is in the lead. ACM and Unos are basically neck and neck right now. They're effectively in second, 2A and 2B. Saver is in 4th, and the stream we do not have on stream, JSR, is in 5th. So that is what you have currently, but Fiesel is by far in the lead.
Yes, after our first game, Zelda 2, it was Fiesel in the lead by a pretty significant margin, actually. And throughout the course of Link to the Past, which was our second game, ACMLM made up a ton of ground and ended up in the lead by the end, and now Fiesel's caught back up and taken the lead in Link's Awakening.
Fiesel got the text box skip. He did not get the blob skip though. He went forward at least.
Yep, so what you're going to see here as the final boss is Nightmare versions. You're going to see Nightmare Bot, Nightmare Aghanim, Nightmare Ganon, and Nightmare Deathel. Deathel is the last boss. It's basically what happens when a Goma takes cocaine.
So speaking of Deathel, I heard he's very weak to a single weapon.
Yeah,
A certain,
Link pulls out. Yeah, Link pulls out the boomerang, and Deathel just kind of goes, "Oh God, I'm gonna have to hear Greenleaf talk about this for the next 40 minutes," and just explodes himself.
Yep.
And so far, good Deathel fight from Fiesel. Just gotta take out Moldorm phase, which is pretty simple. Just run in place with your sword out and hold it until he dies. Now we're on to the Ganon phase. Just keep dashing into him, try not to get hit by the birds, and it's pretty simple and quick. One more slash, and now we're down to the final phase of Deathel.
Which, as I said, is basically what happens when Goma does cocaine.
Yes. If Rick James was a Goma and not a human, Deathel.
That's awesome. We're speaking of ACM and Unos are basically neck and neck as they are both leaving Catfish's Maw right now. ACM probably 20 seconds ahead.
Both these guys are going to be heading to the witch and then back to Dungeon 2.
This is a relay, Dark Beardini. The game list is in the middle of the stream underneath the timer. It's a
Also, the
four-game Zelda
command
relay.
exclamation point Zelda Bounty will give you it as well. This Deathel fight is giving Fiesel all kinds of trouble right now.
This has been the story of Fiesel's run.
Yeah.
Final boss battles.
He's down to his last heart.
There we go. Got it. And Fiesel putting his hand over his chest saying, "Woo! That was good. Woo!" And Brood, that is not a problem at all. That is the absolute correct choice. So we have got Saber actually making his way through the end of level 5, so he's actually going to be catching right up as well here, because he also does not have to go back to level 2. So this is actually turning into one heck of a close race here. JSR is making his way over to Eagle's Tower for those of you who wanted the update.
Fiesel's on to Zelda 1.
He is. Unos has now taken the lead back over ACM as he had a much faster acquisition of the Nightmares key in Bottle Grotto. System error, what do you mean?
The mushroom won't actually do any damage to the blob. You have to use the powder on him.
Yeah, you can tell I've been playing too much Zelda Randomizer. I'm expecting to see a blue candle next to the wooden sword.
But the glitch to get rid of the blob is allowed. It's a very hard glitch to get. In a race, you might as well go for the backup powder.
Normal Link's Awakening Tiro. And coming up here, we have, as you see, Fiesel in Zelda 1. Now, he's going to stream scroll over to level 3, and what he's hoping to do here is he's hoping to kill this first Dark Nut he's going to come across here, and get a bomb drop out of it, because out of the bomb dropping group, the first enemy you kill in the global counter has a chance of dropping a bomb, and the Dark Nuts, of course, are part of that group, although Fiesel doing a little bit of a strange route here. I'm not sure what this is.
He might be going for the Saber Bomb.
Okay, yeah, I've never seen this route before.
Yeah, there's a bomb drop in this keystrom that he's going to get.
Oh, okay, so yeah, he is using the different any percent route. So forget what I said about the Dark Nut. I'm so used to that route.
Yeah, he's going to build up his count already so that he can get one off these guys.
Interesting. The double
But instead
fairy
gets
drop.
fairies. And there we go, we got 3 people playing the instruments at the Big Egg.
16 instruments. Or wait, no. 24 instruments.
24 instruments, 1 egg.
3 eggs.
Well, yes, but it was funnier with 1 egg.
1 Link. 2 Bow Wows.
And 100% more Gabora Gabora.
So JSR is playing the waiting game now?
Yep, for Goomba percent. ACM is the first one into the Windfish's egg. Saber directly behind him, and Unos literally directly behind him.
So Feasel's having bomb troubles early on already.
The bomb troubles don't really make me as nervous as his low hearts heading into Manhandle. Just one rogue fireball and...
Oh, and a bad manhandle left on the opposite side of the room.
And there's what I was talking about with the rogue fireball.
Ouch.
Now, what you see Feasel doing here is he's building up a consecutive 10 count. And what that means is by killing 10 consecutive enemies, or the 10th enemy he kills consecutively will drop a bomb, assuming he kills it with a bomb. That's the actual meaning of the hint in the game. 10th enemy has the bomb. So if you kill 9 enemies consecutively without getting hit, the 10th one that you kill will drop a bomb. If it's an item dropping enemy and you kill it with a bomb, it will drop a 5 rupee if you kill it normally. And if you happen to get that consecutive count to 16, then you'll get a fairy drop.
Or you can do crazy things like Darkwing and store your bomb drops and get multiple bomb drops.
True, that was kind of crazy. But Feasel is going to go ahead and finally take out Manhandla here. And make his way out of level 3. Meanwhile, we have ACM on Nightmare Moldorm. Saber also on, he's on Nightmare Deathel, so he's a little bit farther ahead now. Saber pulling ahead. And Unos has just killed Moldorm as well, so he's going to be moving on to Nightmare Ganon. The finish of the Link's Awakening portion of this right now with those 3 is absolutely insane.
So Saber has, I think, 2 extra arrows. I can't remember if it's 14 or 16.
I believe it's 16 hits to kill Deathel.
So he's going to be right on. He can't miss a shot. Unos has 9 extra that he can miss. We'll see what ACM has.
Saber seems to be handling Deathel pretty well though, not missing any shots.
Yeah, he's clear.
Oh yeah, Saber hyper precise. And that's going to be it for Saber on Link's Awakening. So he is now going to be transitioning over into Zelda 1. As soon as Unos and ACM take care of Deathel, they'll be doing that as well. And over on JSR, he is getting the face key currently from the Armos Knight. Feasel has picked up a blue candle route, and now making his way towards, I don't even know.
So considering the mandatory minute of game switching, Feasel has about a 6.5 minute lead over second place right now. That's a substantial lead.
Right, but the big thing you have to realize is if you take a look at the times, Feasel's PB is a 42, what he has listed. Unos is a 28, 28:48, I believe, and Saber's is a 30:30, so that's 6 minutes.
Yeah, but I fully expect Feasel to Zelda 1 PB on this run.
Not with that start he just had.
Sure, why not? Why you gotta be so negative, Greenleaf? Jeez. Give the man a chance, bro.
an interesting route for sure.
It is an interesting
Yeah, I
route.
think Fiesel is getting the blue ring right now. Fiesel's
Yeah,
either getting blue ring or white sword.
I've only ever run Zelda 1 any percent without up A, so I'm not even exactly sure how much different the up A run is.
So that's interesting. At Monocle Rock there, or Heart Rock, Fiesel opting to pick up the potion. That's a very interesting call there with Fiesel picking up the potion over the heart. Yeah, I do want to point out, chat making a very good point. The screen scrolls there from Unos were extremely, extremely crisp. I certainly can, Pixar. The way this race worked is we started off with Zelda 2, any percent no out of bounds. Then we moved to Link to the Past, no wrong warp. Then we went to Link's Awakening, no wrong warp, no out of bounds. And finally, we went to Zelda 1, any percent no up A, which is where we are now. And play all 4 games, be the first one to finish, and you win.
And people have asked, why is it called a bounty race? There is a bounty put up for this race. The winner, I believe, gets $600. Second place will receive $100.
All right, and to answer your question, Mukau, ACLM is doing the 2 first route. This route is going to go 2, it's going to do level 2, he's going to go up towards where level 5 is, get the white sword, then do level 1, 3, 4, 5, 7, 6, 8, and 9. Yeah, based off of his splits, Krim, looks like Saber's doing red candle.
Whoa. That's not what I wanted to put in the chat. Damn it, damn it, damn it.
Whoa, hi there!
Yeah, Control V, fuck. Oh, man.
Well,
Why,
Control V is the page
why does my
button.
computer suck so bad? Somebody time me out or something?
Because Cleveland, that's why.
There we go. Thank you. So yeah, I gotta make sure to tell him to change that.
Best option, have a mod clear the chat right now. And what you see here is you see Fiesel and Saber are both in the same room now, so that lead that Fiesel had is gone. They're in what's called the breakfast room, and you're because you have the gels or the Zols that look like syrup, the like-likes that look like pancakes, and that is what's going to go ahead and get the ladder. So now Saber is actually in the lead based off of the 3 on the route, but literally Saber, Fiesel, Unos, all in the same room at the same time. This is really, really close right now. Mukau, yes, the red candle route does skip the blue candle. Saber having a little bit of trouble with his ladder clip, so because of the issue with the ladder clip, Unos and Fiesel are going to actually be able to take the lead. Unos actually going to be taking the lead here, opting to not do error key, opting to go to the right instead. Same thing with Fiesel. Again, Saber having all kinds of trouble with this ladder clip right now.
Unos with the bombs for days.
There we go. Saber finally manages to get the ladder clip, but that cost him a huge amount of time. Saber also opting to go ahead and pick up what's known as the error key, because Error was the one who, Error 72 was the one who discovered it, or implemented it in the route. So that's actually going to put Unos here in the lead, leaving level 4, and my word, that one bomb for Vire's kill for Saber was sublime.
Fiesel making use of that potion he picked up already. It's not a bad use here.
No, it's just really weird to see a potion be picked up in one of those screens. So as you can see, ACM has picked up the white sword from up above the waterfall. He's now going to make his way over to level 1. Same place you see Unos going, same place Saber's going, same place Fiesel's going. So all 4 of our runners are going to sync up here in level 1. Their routes aren't synced, but they're all going to be in the same place, so it's going to be fun. So what you see there is Unos opting just to walk right through the door and not use the key trick to enter and exit like you see ACM doing. That's going to unlock the door for free for him and not waste a key. Fiesel opting to pick up the heart container from south of level 1, which is not one you see normally picked up. Normally, if people are going to use that, they're going to get it as a safety potion later. But, you know, it is what it is.
Unless they get triple jaws and then...
You were there for that.
So ACM's in the same room as Crystal Saver, but the difference is that Crystal Saver has done Dungeons 3 and 4, and ACM has only done Dungeon 2.
Yep, I do want to point out that the smoothness to which ACM block clipped there to pick up the ladder, that was really, really slick. But in Unos is going to be leading level 1 with the lead. And as the chat has mentioned, Unos having the embarrassment of bombs here, as as Saber does not, and he's killing these gorillas here. And he's looking for bombs and gets the bombs and taunting me there! Taunting me, Saber! Why are you gonna do that?
Saber just won this race in my books.
Oh my god, Saber with a massive troll right there! Oh wow! I don't know if I can do any more commentary on this run, guys. I'm done. I'm done.
So an update for everybody, JSR is leaving Catfish Mall right now.
So yet another screen scroll on Unis's screen. Have we gone over exactly how screen scrolls work? I don't think so.
We have not.
Okay, so pretty much Zelda 1, you can only move up, down, left, and right. And when you move in a direction, the game tries snapping you to either a fixed full tile or half tile increment. with screen scrolls, you're standing on a specific pixel to confuse that tile snapping function of the game. And when you tap a perpendicular direction, when you're standing on that pixel, it makes you turn around in place and confuses the game on your tile positioning, and allows you to walk through the screen boundary to the other side. Block clips work on a similar principle, it's just confusing the game's internal grid snapping.
Yeah, the block clips are infinitely easier to do though because you can sword buffer it.
You'll also see players like Unos using that grid system as a pumping method when going up and to the right.
Yeah, so this is where you're going to see a little bit of a route divergence here. As you can see, both Unos and Fiesel are making their way into level 5, as Saver is making his way into level 2. Then Saver's going to go to 5 as Unos and Fiesel go to 2. So this room that you see Fiesel in right now, Unos was already in it. This room is where a lot of 90% runs go to die because blue dark nuts have 8 hit points. Your wood sword only deals 1 hit point per. You only have a certain amount of bombs left to play with to do that. So yeah, this room, which I affectionately dubbed the Room of Requirement, is where a lot of 90% runes go to die.
It doesn't help that the blue dark nuts deal 2 damage to you and you have a limited number of hearts.
Yeah, there's also a thing. There's also that.
Looks like ACM is building up his cash to go get the blue mail, or the blue ring rather.
Yep, into first round, this is when you would do it as you're going from 3 to 4, so this makes a ton of sense. Now what you see Uno setting up here for is what's known as the World Wrap. So we're going to put in a couple of different things we've discussed into play. The ladder clipping that we saw in level 4, plus the screen scrolling that we saw. So we're going to first do a screen scroll to get ourselves here. We're going to head down and set ourselves up on a very specific section here. Basically, we want to get in the middle. We're going to screen scroll again. This is going to wrap us around the map to the other side. We're going to have the ladder clip to get this heart. So as you can see there, that Armo statue up by level 5, when you scroll over there, it's actually faster to go in that staircase to get into level 5 than it is to enter the dungeon proper. So that's why you're going to see our runners do that.
Unos is not running his Zelda 1 splits, he's running his whole bounty race splits, and going into Zelda 1 he was plus 8 minutes and 10 seconds.
So let's see how Saber does here in the Room of Requirement with these Dark Nuts. Saber trying to bait them in so he can get as many as he can with bombs, but they don't want to cooperate as much as he would like them to. He's also got to be very, very careful. He has 2 hearts left, and there is the patented Saber paw strats, as you heard Dark Magician talking about earlier, and Saber uses those so he can actually make his way through rooms and not get hit. It's very, very good, and it's one of those things where you see Saber do it and you're like, oh, that seems easy, and you try and do it, you're like, nope, I can't try this, I can't do this at all.
Feasel setting up for the world wrap.
Yeah, that was a pretty good bomb there, or the setup for the paw strats from Saber. He's still going to have to manually kill this Dark Nut, but he does manage to do it just fine. He's going to get the reporter as Unos picks up the triangle out of level 2, and Feasel nails the world wrap. ACM is in level 4. He has just bombed his way over from the Dark Room. He is going to be making his way towards Gleeok right now. And over on JSR, he has just killed the final form of Defil, so he is going to be walking up the stairs and transitioning into Zelda 1 as well. And for those of you who don't know, that's the sound the windfish makes.
It totally is.
I had to get one in, since we don't get to hear it.
To be perfectly honest, I'm kind of offended that you didn't get more in.
Alright, Feasel making his way to 2. Saber stopping here in the triple Dodongo room to kill the Dodongos to get bombs. Now, what he's doing there is if the hint you get in the game says Dodongo dislikes smoke, and it's true, if you Dodongo gets caught in the smoke blast from your bomb, it will stun it, making it vulnerable to your sword and only your sword. And if you stab the Dodongo with your sword, you will get guaranteed to get a bomb drop. Unless, of course, you get hit by a fireball at the same time. It's a randomized thing only. It will actually cancel out the bomb and you'll get whatever the drop normally should be. So Unos here making his way through level 7. And this is where Saber is going to be picking up his candle, because this is where the red candle lies. Unos, as you can see, already having the blue candles, have to worry about it, and has a decent surplus of rupees here, so it's going to allow him to use arrow strats here in 7. Arrows are going to deal 2 hit points worth of damage, as opposed to 1, so they're going to be a little bit stronger than what we have right now. These are going ahead picking up the Triforce in 2. As JSR has started his run, he is also making his way towards Vanilla level 2. I say Vanilla level 2, I'm doing a random magic. Towards level 2 as well. Saber picking up the Triforce in 5, as ACM has managed to pick up some arrows on the Coast Cave, which makes sense considering he has the money. They're right here, and he's going to go pick up the hearts anyway. So.
Yeah, ACM doesn't do the world wrap. He came along the south part of the coast. If you're coming from the world wrap, though, you're heading up, it'd be out of the way to head back down to get those arrows. So it's a very rare shot.
Yeah, absolutely. Now you see Feasel picking up the bait, which is required to get through level 7, as you saw with the Hungry for Korea. And now he's also going to go ahead and pick up the arrows, also required because you need to fire an arrow to kill Goma, which is the boss of level 6. So Saber has just enough money to pick up both the meat and the arrows, because you need exactly 140 rupees to pick that up. Unos, however, has picked up the Triforce out of 7, so he is now going to make his way, scroll past the Lost Woods again to get over to the Grave, where he's going to pick up the Magical Sword, which is going to quadruple his attack power, and he's well on his way to finishing this.
Yeah, it's crazy how much the race positioning has switched just in this one game.
Did I miss something that Crystal Saber fell behind Fiesel?
The Room of Requirement trolled Saber something fierce.
Okay.
The other big thing is you're going to notice that Saber is also going to have to stop really quick here and pick up the red candle in 7 because he still hasn't picked one up yet.
Which means he gets the great spawn of the anti-fairies.
Anti-fairies. You can tell we got a Link to the Past runner in here, guys.
In my defense, there are anti-fairies in Zelda 2 as well.
True. They're all bubbles to me.
Yeah, I'm the same way. I always catch myself slipping up and calling Dark Nuts in this Iron Knuckles.
I'm not going to win with you two today, am I?
What's Unos' pace?
It's hard to tell, because his splits are done individual games and not, like, running his splits for each game. He's running against, like, the whole race as a set of splits.
I think he's at 22 minutes right now.
Yeah. The bubbles right now in level 7 being all kinds of crazy, almost knocking him into a Wall Master, almost knocking Fiesel into a clock. So yeah, that was a really, really clenching the reverse C room there for Fies. But yeah, I would agree with Tegenos here. Unos, if he keeps up this pace, is probably sub 30. ACM picking up the Triforce in level 5. Fiesel picking up the Triforce in level 7. Saber's going to go ahead and pick up the red candle here. And we have JSR making his way through level 3 after picking up the white sword in and going through level 2.
Something I do want to point out, though, this is definitely not over by any means. Level 9 can easily troll anybody, and a death in 9 would be a huge time loss.
Yeah, not to mention the fact that one of these runners has killed Ganon before with no rupees. Just saying.
That's always the worst. Get all the sword hits in on Ganon and then realize you can't fire an arrow.
Yep.
I believe Fiesel still has his potion as well.
Fiesel still does, I believe, have the blue potion, which is nice. And Saber using the red candle strats here in the Wall Master room, which is, hey, you got the red candle, might as well put it to use. Yeah, Nop, it doesn't matter if you know the patterns or not of Ganon. I know the patterns of Ganon. Scab knows the patterns of Ganon. Scab, you still get Hyrule Drivered, right?
Occasionally. It doesn't happen too often, but it can happen.
Exactly. I mean, it can still absolutely happen.
It's not out of the realm of possibility. At all.
Some Very nice bomb placement there from Fiesel here in level 6 to get through this. I like to call it a magical breakfast room with whiz robes and pancakes, but either way, just obnoxious rooms because anyone who's ever played Zelda knows blue whiz robes are the absolute worst, and orange whiz robes are just as bad. And did you notice his stream just go down?
It appears that way.
Did he get quality options? He's back up.
Yuno's getting the bomb he needs there as he's getting ready to enter 9. Go ahead and sync me up, Scav, when you get a chance.
Do what?
Sync me back up with Yunos, please.
Hold on, I'm trying to get Eunice's stream back up again.
And for those who are asking for the update on JSR, he is currently in level 4. And he just made his way past the error key into the virus room. ACM has picked up the Triforce in 7, Fiesel has picked up the Triforce in 6, and Saber is making his way towards the staircase room in 6 so he can get towards there as well.
I also would like to point out that Fiesel has had 3 back-to-back golds now.
Yeah, that is pretty awesome. I would also like to point out there what you saw Yunos just doing. He was stabbing an old man. What's he doing? Well, he's incrementing his bomb counter. Remember that consecutive kills counter I was talking about? That's what he's doing. And now he's doing it again for the fairy. That's actually really smart play there by Yunos there. Yeah, getting his life back up by using the old man to not only get himself some bombs, but also his life. That's a really, really smart play by Yunos. Ooh, having a little bit of trouble here with the scrape on Patra. Does manage to get the second time, though. So that is nice. Being able to block clip past a Patra is rather obnoxious.
And, you know, still having 12 hearts filled at this point in level 9 is really good.
It was a pretty strong reverse C room, too. You get the silver arrows. That was huge.
Yeah.
And the last enemy has the clock.
The last enemy always has the clock.
Fiesel picking up the Triforce in 8 as Saver is entering 8.
Yeah, we do have one big issue I want to point out over on Yunos' side. You see that number next to bombs? That needs to be 2 right now, not 1. He's a bomb short.
I believe he's trying to make his way through the regular kill count to get to the bomb one.
Nope,
Oh,
he
no,
was forcing a
just
bomb. He was forcing a bomb right there. That was, wow. To be able to force a bomb in that room, that was awesome. Saber is in one of the 2 blue lagoon rooms here in level 8. Blue darkness and fireballs equals all kinds of lag. Fiesel has made his way up to Spectacle Rock. He's going to be entering level 9 right now. Unos using his bomb to continue on through. ACM in 6, making his way towards Goma right now. And JSR is making his way towards Aquamanus in level 1. Yep, Amazing Ampharos has a good point there. Forcing it was a guaranteed bomb. 50-50 is just bad. So now we have 2 bosses here left for Unos. He's going to have to kill this Patra first, and then he's going to have to kill Ganon. He's got plenty of money. He doesn't have to worry about that. Fiesel in 9, Saber in 8. ACM still has 8 left to do, and the JSR just finished level 1. He's more than likely heading to level 5 right now. Unos with the smooth as silk kill on Ganon.
I think he has to reset. He missed the swag arrow.
He missed the swag arrow.
Run invalid. But yeah.
Good game, Enos.
One of you guys maybe want to pop into his chat and ask him if he wants to join us in Discord for some post-race bragging and commentary and questions and stuff.
Yeah, I'll head over.
Unos is going to be our first place winner with a time of 4 hours, 16 minutes, and 18 seconds.
Yep, and while we are waiting on that, we have Saber entering level 9. Fiesel is about halfway through 9. ACM still in level 8, and JSR is in level 5.
Let me get 2 gamers back up.
So Fiesel seems to be having a little bit of trouble here in the reverse C for the silver arrows, but does manage to make his way through just fine. Saber killing some of the blue wizards here to make his way towards the staircase. So it's going to be a matter of Fiesel's got a pretty decent lead right now. But it's not going to be a matter of how well the rest of 9 goes. And ACM has also jumped into the level 9 parade. All right, Unos will be joining us shortly. He's just got a couple things he's going to wrap up over on his side. But as we said, there is Fiesel making his way over towards Ganon as he now has the silver arrows. Crystal Saber is bombing his way through the reverse C-room here and not having a good go of it as the Wizrogues just do not want to cooperate, but does manage to save his bombs as he stabs the crap out of the Wizrogues, gets the double clip just fine, and makes his way towards the silver arrows. So Saber making his through, getting bopped twice by Patrick too. That's going to be a bit of a pain there, as JSR is making his way towards level 7, where he's going to play a melody, hopefully, to oh, he's doing the world. What is he doing? But he's doing the world route. So Feasel putting that potion to good use, as he's going to potion up before Ganon, and we're going to see where that leads us. Yes, Melodia, a Hyrule Driver is the nickname the Zelda community has given to what happens when Ganon touches you, because it deals 4 hearts worth of damage. The same amount of damage, again, that's with a green tunic, the same amount of damage that a orange Wizrobe beam does to you. With Feasel having the blue ring, it's only going to deal 2 hearts of damage to him, but it doesn't really matter because he is going to go ahead and take out Ganon, not a problem. And Feasel is going to finish with a full time of 4 hours, 20 minutes, and 53 seconds for a second place finish, as Saber has made his way into the Patra fight directly before Ganon.
GG to Feasel on that one. Definitely a strong race from him.
Yeah, absolutely. And what's funny about that is you take a look at Saber's splits, he is over, 7 minutes behind his splits. So if Saber has a Saber level run, Feasel doesn't get that. And there we go. Ganon being a bit of a troll there for Saber, but he does manage to finally get the last hit in, and he'll have 1 key, 1 bomb, and all the arrows he could want.
And that bleep in our ears means that Yunos just joined us in the Discord channel.
It does.
We'll just give him a minute to get in here and get himself unmuted.
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey, how's it going, Yunos?
It's alright. Let me know if there's any feedback. I have it on the speakers so that my wife can sit here and listen too.
I know, it's fine, man. Sounds good.
Sweet.
So, excellent job on the race, man. Really put forward a really strong Zelda 1 run to close it out, and yeah, it was crazy to see how quickly all of your guys' positions on the leaderboards for the race changed in Zelda 1 alone.
Yeah, I've heard that it's been a big one for Saver and I to catch up.
Yeah, Feasel had about, I'd say, 6 to 6.5 minute lead on you guys starting Zelda 1.
Woof. Good grief.
Yeah, that Zelda 1 run was pretty insane. Yes.
What's that?
So
What was that?
I have to ask, because I know I was in your chat a couple days ago and you mentioned the new route change to Link's Awakening. Did the late route change, was that a big effect, a big thing at all on this, or is just, okay, route change, let's go with it?
I don't even know that it saved any time. I mean, the problem with... I guess it's supposed to save some time on a couple parts, like you don't have to wait for the witch to make your powder at the end if you're doing powder route. And having Bow Wow out, he consumes things and turns them into bombs and arrows, which does help because you get, on the other routes, a bad player like me can really get behind on bombs and arrows in that game. But there's all that lag on the way to 6, and then, so I don't really know what I'm supposed to be doing with it. So I don't know. I mean, I feel like if I'd kept running the other route, I would have had at least as good of a time.
Fair enough.
I don't know enough about it, I guess. Like, there's one route and somebody said that the other route was faster, so I started running.
Yep. It's usually how it goes. You hear about a new route and you just want to run it. Especially if it's known to be faster.
That's according to, like, Z-Master. Z-Master says faster, even though nobody's, I think the fastest run of that route, to the last of my knowledge, is 4 minutes behind the world record. But that's just, that part is about instrument skips and stuff like that, I think.
Hey guys.
And how's it going, Feasel? Thanks for
Hey,
joining
Feaz.
us.
Hello. Thank you.
Awesome race, man. Really, really strong. Link's Awakening, and Zelda 2 runs out of you today.
Yeah, the Link's Awakening and Zelda 2 felt really good. Link to the Past, I was crushing it up until Ganon. I missed the freaking torch. And then I was like,
Yeah.
oh no, don't run out of magic. Don't run out of magic.
Especially with the Tempered
I'm-
Sword strats, it's really paramount to get that torch glitch.
Yeah. I didn't feel like Tempered Sword was... I didn't feel like Tempered Sword was that bad. The real safety that you want to get is the net and then the mushroom. Or, the powder. But I didn't feel like Gold Sword was going to do me any good. So I didn't do it. But I played it so super safe during Zelda 1. I mean, I knew I was going to lose... I'd probably lose about 4 minutes going for the ring. But I'm bad. I couldn't even finish a run without the ring. So I said, all right, screw it. We're going to take the 4 minutes, optimize the ring as much as we can. I rerouted the overworlds so that I could get enough money for it. And yeah, it loses about 4 minutes to do it, but there was just no way I was going to finish without that.
Yeah, I
And some
mean,
potions.
gotta do what you gotta do.
Yeah, I didn't even learn any percent until like 3 days ago, and it's the hardest game for me by far. I'd rather just do Link's Awakening 4 times. Or Zelda 2 4 times, honestly.
Once that bounty race, do 4 back-to-back Zelda 2 categories.
Oh man. I'm in, sign me up.
I know, right? Prez, get on this now.
Yes, please.
So how many people did New Route in Link's Awakening? I did Old Route because I wasn't going to learn New Route.
Unos and ACMLM both did New Route.
New Route? Oh, okay. And Saver, you did Old Route?
Yep.
Cool, me too.
And ACM got the ghost.
Yeah, I saved. Did you see that? I save quitted at the fish, and I just went back and I missed that. Like I got basically all the other instrument cutscene skips, but I missed the one that counts twice. But I did the save quit, so I just it was a quick loop back there again because I wasn't gonna get ghost in this. Absolutely not. I'm lucky that I saw somebody was doing some like marathon save strats, and I saw them do that, and I was like, oh derp, why haven't I been doing that all along? Because like you save the time walking out of the fish room, so it pays for about half of the time that it takes to get back there. But anyway.
Yeah, your race was all about the struggles with the bosses.
Yeah, really, right? I could not get an Armos fight in Link to the Past to save my life. I have no idea what happened. Both of them I just completely biffed. But most of the other boss fights were pretty solid, honestly. In that game, at least.
Yeah. Well, once you missed the torch glitch, that was.
Oh yeah, except for that. That was awful. And then dying to the first boss in Zelda 1, what was that?
Yeah, so I think I might have jinxed you on that because I look at Fiesel's got one heart, my handle's taking a kill here.
I know. Well, I saw him in like he had the distant spawn. And I'm like, oh shoot, I hate the distant spawn. What should I do about that? And then I was dead. Like as I was sitting there, like trying to think, how should I play this so that I don't waste my bombs? He freaking killed me. But okay, I was screen watching the other players or watching the speed gaming stream, and throughout Zelda 2, everyone seemed to be like several dungeons ahead of me. And then suddenly we got to the end and it was only just me and Unos in level 9. So what happened? Did they do a different route than I did?
Some of them did the all keys route. So
For
they were
Zelda
going
1?
in. Yeah. No, for Zelda 2.
Oh no, Zelda 1. I mean,
Okay.
yeah, I just don't know like if people.
Well,
do
you
different routes.
spent a lot of time going out of your way to go get the money for the blue ring and everything at the start.
Sure, and everyone was really ahead of me, and I sort of expected that. And then I looked over once I got into like level 8 or level 9. I looked over and it was like only Unos who was ahead of me. So I just had no idea what could have happened there.
Bomb luck.
Yeah, maybe. Bomb
And
luck.
ACM was on a different route as well. You guys were all in
ACM was
one
on 2
together,
first.
right?
Oh, he did, huh?
Yeah.
I guess that's what confused me.
And then you guys were all in green dungeons at the same time, 5 and 7. So that was a little confusing.
Yeah, I really didn't know what to think. I saw everybody ahead of me after I got the blue ring, and I'm like, well, that's it. 4th place. It's been fun, but it was weird.
You actually had a very, very substantial lead coming out of Link's Awakening.
Yeah, I saw that, but I knew that my PB is like 42 minutes or something like that, and I know that the other three guys could sub 30 it. So I figured, all right, I got to be like 12 minutes ahead of these guys if I want to have
Yeah.
any chance, and I wasn't, because they were all pretty much fighting the last boss in Link's Awakening as I was, doing the first dungeon in Zelda 1. So that's not enough of a lead.
But still,
Wow.
you pulled off the second place. Got to be pretty happy with that.
I am. I thought I was going to get fourth place or worse. So there you go.
It was a
Very
great
nice.
race.
That was a
First
fun
four,
race.
yeah, the first four people finished within 6 minutes of each other after 4 hours.
That's insane.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That really is.
Yeah, every time somebody got a really, really big lead on everybody else, the next game would equalize it.
Yeah, but the biggest one of those, though, I have to shout out here again. The ACMLM coming back from 15 minutes down to
Oh,
take the
gosh.
lead, coming out of Link to the Past.
Yeah, that was insanity.
Yeah, he was way up on me by several minutes by the time I got into Link's Awakening. He really zoomed by me. But that's his game. I mean, he's amazing at it.
PB'd by a minute in Link to the Past.
Oh,
Wow. Wait, ACM
He
did?
PB'd by a minute. Yes, ACMLM did.
Yeah, that's the kind of Link to the Past run he had.
See, he loaded the new tasks into his brain and executed.
Yeah,
That's it.
pretty much.
I mean, and he's been up for what, 20 hours now?
yeah.
Something like that, yeah.
Well,
been
that
streaming
was at the
for
start
20
of the
hours.
race, so he's probably been up for 24 hours or longer.
Wow. Dang.
So JSR's in Dungeon 9 now, heading to Petra 1.
Swap over to his music, I guess.
Yeah, might as well, right? So again, if you guys haven't already, and we do have some of them here in the chat, but make sure you follow all 5 of the runners who took the time out to not only learn all 4 of these games if they didn't, but to sit here and do a 4.5, 5 hour run. So make sure you give all of these guys a follow if you haven't already.
Also, again, big thank you to Crimson Avix, who I'm sure Greenleaf will put into chat for you guys. He definitely came through and made a really, really awesome layout for this bounty race.
Yeah, it looks really nice.
Yeah, shoutouts to Prez as well for putting up the bounty to begin with.
Putting
Make it
up the
something
bounty,
interesting.
having the initial idea, doing the main bulk of the organizing it.
And then whistling out at the last minute.
Yeah.
Love you, Prez.
And thanks to Speed Gaming and Fiesel for hosting, Scavenger for handling all the streams.
Yeah, Scab's the real hero here. It takes a lot to do a 4-way broadcast. It's a lot of work.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't perfect. There were some issues with it, but for the most part, it ran from start to end, so I'm happy.
Yeah, no, overall, I think it was a very, very nice production here. And since we did mention, go ahead and you want to follow Speed Gaming and all that. Fiesel, is there anything upcoming here on Speed Gaming you want to let everybody know about?
Well, let's see. Tonight at 10, we're going to have, I think we have a Super Metroid Double Ante bingo tonight at 10. Yeah. And apparently at midnight there's a Gandare Goemon race that's not on Speed Gaming channel, but apparently that's happening on channel is AMI_3. That's just something that I randomly noticed on the calendar. But yeah, Super Metroid Double Ante Dingo at 10 p.m.
Yeah, if you go ahead, you see what Nightbot just posted, the list of events at Speed Gaming. You can go right to that website. And a list of all the things. And if you are interested in perhaps organizing a speed gaming tournament of some sort, you can always get a hold of the wonderful Fiesel. And if they have, any room in their ridiculously full schedule, they can probably squeeze you guys in.
Yeah, we got some downtime this week. There's not too much happening. Besides the current tournaments, there's nothing new until I think this next weekend is when 46 Robot Masters starts.
That's yeah. Can I just say honestly though that I'm excited and a little upset at the same time that the command for the Metroid tournament is dab.
Why's that?
It just did the whole dabbing, the little dance move dab. I'm a little, perturbed by that. And a very, very nice stun lock there by JSR to finish off Ganon. And that is going to be the end of the bounty race here as JSR comes in with a time of 4 hours, 36 minutes, and 7 seconds.
Yeah, I'm really impressed by how close all the times were. What did you say it was, like a 6-minute spread between the first 4, and then JSR
Yeah,
not
ACM
far
said it was
behind.
7 minutes. So 20 minutes between all.
Hey, can
5
you guys hear me?
races after 4 hours.
That's
can
correct.
hear you.
I hope you guys.
Oh, that's coming from his stream. Never mind. Ignore me.
We're ignoring you. The way you guys have been ignoring me this entire 4 hours. Oh, wow. So I'm reading ACM's chat right now, and I quote, "What the hell? I'll do randomizer right now. Why not?"
Jeez, he's
Guy's
a
crazy.
madman.
What a machine.
He is.
To give him the host, then, if he's going to do that.
Deep
the raid.
boop.
I absolutely agree. If he's going to be a madman like that, we definitely got to send it over there.
Yeah, from the sounds of that, that's gonna wrap it up for this broadcast, guys. Thanks again to Greenleaf and Dark Magician for commentating with me, and for Fiesel and Speed Gaming letting us do this here.
And again, reminder, everybody, if you have not, make sure you give all 5 runners a follow again. I'll type that command in for you guys right now, but make sure you please give all 5 of our runners a follow if you haven't already. So with that, again, thank you again, Scav, for doing all the awesome behind-the-scenes work for us. And with that, we're going to go ahead and, as far as I know, we're going to head over and host ACMLM. So you guys have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your evening. Make sure you stop back by here at 10 p.m. Eastern for the Super Metroid race, the double anti-bingo tournament. And until then, I just want to remind everybody that no matter what it is you are currently doing, it is always correct to blame me. I'm the Greenleaf Effect, and have a good night.